the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Watch it burn, sing in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, the lessons I learned.
Take this pink ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed, and it's no big surprise. Don't you think I know exactly where I stand? This world is forcing me to hold your hand. 'Cause I'm just a girl, a little lonely. Well, don't let me out of your sight. Oh, I'm just a girl, already at my G. So don't let me have any rights. Oh, I let it up to here. The moment that I step outside, so many reasons for me to run and hide. I can't do the little things I hold so dear, 'cause it's all those little things that I fear. 'Cause I'm just a girl, I'd rather not be, 'cause they won't let me drive late at night. Oh, I'm just a girl, guess I'm some kind of freak, 'cause they all sit and stare with their eyes. Oh, I'm just a girl, take a good look at me, just your typical prototype. Oh, let it up to here. Oh, am I making myself clear? I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl in the world. That's all that you'll let me be. Oh, I'm just a girl living in captivity. Your rule of thumb makes me worrisome. Oh, I'm just a girl. What's my destiny? What I succumb to is making me numb. Oh, I'm just a girl. My apologies when I become is so burdensome. Oh, I'm just a girl. Lucky me, sweet or dumb, there's no comparison. Oh, let it up to. Oh,
Please don't see just a boy caught up in dreams and fantasies. Please see me reaching out for someone I can see. Take my hand, let's best laid plans, sometimes it's just a one-night stand. I'll be damned, Cupid's demanding back his arrow. So let's get drunk on our Tuesday. God, tell us the reason you're this wasted on the young. It's hunting season and the lambs are on the run, searching for meaning. But are we all lost stars, trying to light up the dark? Who are we? Just a speck of dust within the galaxy. Woe is me if we're not careful, turns into reality. Don't you dare let our best memories bring you sorrow. Yesterday I saw a lion kiss a deer. Turn the page, maybe we'll find a brand new ending. Where we're dancing in our Tuesday. God, tell us the reason you're this wasted on the young. It's hunting season and the lambs are on the run, searching for meaning. But are we all lost stars, trying to light up the dark? And I thought I saw you out there crying. And I thought I heard you call my name. Yeah, yeah. And I thought I heard you out there crying. Oh, just the same. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. God, and give us the reason you're this wasted on the young. It's such a season and this man is on the run, searching for meaning. But are we all lost stars, trying to light up this dark? And I thought I saw you out there crying. And I thought I heard you call my name. And I thought I heard you out there crying. Oh, but are we all lost stars, trying to light up the dark? But are we all lost stars, trying to light up the dark?
Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly.
Let's set this party off right. Players, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe so clear. Look out. Pop, pop, it's showtime. 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 Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Gone time. Oh, they don't know. Gone time. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Showed up. I'm wearing Cuban links. Yeah. Designer mix. Yeah. Inglewood's finest shoes. Whoop, whoop. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to give the color red the blues. Woo, shit. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. gangsters, bad bitches, and your ugly ass friends. I cannot preach, I cannot preach. I gotta show them how a pimp get it in. First, take your sip, do your dip, spend your money like money ain't shit. Ooh, ooh, we too fresh. Got to blame it on Jesus. Hashtag blessed. They ain't ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? What you trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Look out. Everywhere I go, they be like, oh, so bad. Everywhere I go, they be like, oh, so bad. Everywhere I go, they be like, oh, so bad. Now, watch me break it down like 24 karat. 24 karat. What's that sound? Come on now. 24 karat. 24 karat magic. Don't fight the feeling, invite the feeling. Just put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? Tell me what you're trying to do. 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Look out. This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't
Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly.
Hey, oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Bitch, say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, oh! Before we leave, let me tell y'all a little something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk funk you up. Uptown funk you up. I said uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you said and flown it. If you freak dead and own it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you said and flown it. Well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe it, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh!
And yours truly, this is history in the making. Say it with me. Say it with me. They say he don't rap no more. They say like LeBron, he ain't got the heat no more. They say he ain't street no more. But like Jay say, how sick am I? I wish him health for show. But I'm cool with it. Had the fool with it. Went to one of my own neighborhoods and built a school in it. It's crazy, baby, the way the 80s made me. I thank God every day that music saved me. I thank my mom for all the vision she gave me. I thank Miami for the way it raised me. I'm a bad man in an evil world. That's right. And you're my type of goody two-shoe girl. Give it some, baby. Maybe I'm a man.
Welcome to Politico Sacramento Summit, the California Agenda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chris Catalogo, the editorial director here at Politico, California, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to the California Agenda, Sacramento Summit. The interviews and discussions you'll hear today touch on the most pressing political and policy issues facing the state of California. Governor Gavin Newsom has launched a redistricting plan that puts the Golden State at the center of the national political fight. Policymakers here in the Capitol are grappling with a packed agenda that spans artificial intelligence, affordability, energy, and housing. And the crowded race for governor is becoming increasingly intense, despite Election Day being more than a year away. Fortunately, Politico continues to dominate these stories and more, both here in Sacramento and across the West Coast. We've tripled the size of our industry-leading California operation with new, dedicated coverage in areas like climate and energy, technology, and ballot measures. And we continue to expand our footprint. In the coming weeks, the California team will add to our coverage in Los Angeles with a focus on the post-wildfire rebuilding efforts and housing and development across Southern California. But the expansion just won't be limited to stories on our website or for our subscribers, our pros as we call them. It will also include live events like the one you're at right now. Politico live events represent the physical manifestation of our mission, convening the most influential people working in politics and policy, like all of you, for urgent, news-driven conversations that add depth and context to the discussions that genuinely matter. In the next year, we'll add events in San Francisco and Los Angeles. What makes these gatherings so meaningful is you, our audience of leaders and decision makers shaping California's future each and every day. On behalf of Politico, I thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the program.
All right. Good afternoon, Sacramento. I'm Stephen Overley. I'm the editorial director for Politico Live, and I'll be shepherding us through today's program, which I'm very excited to introduce for you all. Up first on the stage, we have a conversation between U.S. Senator Alex Padilla with Politico politics editor David Siders.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this, I think, monumental first Politico California Summit. I'm David Siders, Senior News Editor. Welcome, Senator.
Hey, welcome back.
Yes, thank you. And before we have a lot of ground to cover, I think, but I am interested in your reaction to the tragedy unfolding in Minnesota this morning.
Yeah, no, the tragedy is exactly what it is. For the few of you who may not have heard by now, yet another tragic mass shooting in America this morning in the state of Minnesota, just outside, I think, the Twin Cities, at a Catholic school. A couple of children, fatalities, many wounded. Monitoring reports still waiting to hear more about the potential motive, what drove the shooter, et cetera. But a reminder of gun violence in America. You know, one of the many examples of how California has been a leader in terms of smart gun safety regulations, but the missing links being other states that don't have the strict requirements that we have in California, and the consequences of that. It's not normal. More than thoughts and prayers are needed, but let's just all keep the families in Minnesota in our hearts.
Well, let's start with that. You mentioned California has its own much different, I think, set of rules and policies and ideas maybe than Washington, and also the political power here is different. Democrats are out of power in Washington. Could you have a greater influence in the governor's mansion?
What makes you say that?
Well, my colleagues reported this week, Melanie Mason and Jeremy White, that there was polling in the field with your name attached, or asked.
What did it say?
I'm curious if you've seen it.
I have not. Look, and I appreciate the question. I've gotten just a few calls and text messages here over the last 48 hours, but in all seriousness, I'm focused. I'd encourage everybody to focus on this November 4th. Special election this November, Proposition 50, not just about redistricting and new lines in California. There's a greater context for this redistricting fight. It started with Texas, and California is responding. There may be others. But if you really zoom out and take a bigger picture, given the work that I'm doing in the Senate and in Congress, in the minority, very far cry from the first 4 years I was there, normally, a party in power would be so proud of their accomplishments, so proud of their record, that they would run on it in a midterm election and hope to continue to stay in power, stay in the majority. This is not that. I think my Republican colleagues, and especially the White House, know how unpopular and damaging what they're doing is, from gutting Medicare, nutrition assistance programs, really all these other areas of budget cuts, to underwrite tax breaks for billionaires, threatening Social Security now. That is not very popular. So their only hope of staying in power beyond next November is to rig the system.
And I want to talk to you about redistricting too,
Sure.
and their claims of rigging the system. But let me just first entertain this a little bit more. Are you ruling out a run for governor?
Focusing on this November.
So it sounds to me like you're not ruling out a run for governor.
Sounds like you're going to keep asking.
I'm curious, why? Is there anything that would be appealing about it?
Look,
And then I'll be done.
I love California, right? And I've had the privilege and the honor of serving in so many different capacities. First as a member of the Los Angeles City Council, then as president of the City Council, 2 terms in the state Senate. So when I say welcome back, it's like, it's good to be home. So many years here, working on a number of issues. Chairing the Energy Committee at an exciting time. Served as Secretary of State. I was halfway through my second term as Secretary of State when I got the call from Governor Newsom asking if I'd be willing to fill the vacancy created by then Vice President Kamala Harris. And for the last 4.5 years, serving as the California voice in the United States Senate. So at every stage of my career, incredible honor, incredible responsibility. I've tried to do my best to help improve people's lives. And so hope to continue to serve in some capacity for the foreseeable future, but so much is at stake in the midterms, which makes this November so very consequential. That truly is my focus.
We heard that it came up this morning at a meeting with some labor folks, and that you might, in that meeting, not have ruled it.
Well, when you subscribe to Politico, it creates questions that are going to be asked everywhere that I go.
So did you rule it out in the meeting with the labor union?
I told them they had to focus on November 4th, which is only 69 days away.
Let's talk about that. The leader or the top Republican in the California Assembly outlining a plan for a two-state solution. I'm curious what you make of that. Is this all? It's a whole thing, and is it all going too far?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily real, and so let's focus on what's real, the real threats to our democracy, the real threats to our economy, the real threats to quality of life for working families, because I know the devastation that's happening as a result of this administration in Washington that's out of control, and the lack of accountability and guardrails by the Republican majority in Congress.
Okay, and in fact, you've called this the fight of our time. You've said we were fighting fire with fire. It does strike me in this rhetoric, this is not exactly the Democrats of when they go low, we go high. Is that era over?
The extreme way in which this administration is trying to make changes, destroying institutions. I mean, just look at what they've done through the budget itself. You know, we talked about healthcare already, talked about risk to Social Security already. The way they're going about immigration enforcement, we feel it more in California than anywhere else in the country. It's increasingly cruel and far from the focus on dangerous, violent criminals that they like to talk about. You know, at that press conference a couple months ago, and I know you asked me about it backstage, one of the points I was trying to make that day was I was hearing anecdotally that the vast majority of people that were being detained, that were being arrested, that were being even deported, many without due process, did not have criminal convictions. They may be undocumented, but they're otherwise hardworking, tax-paying people that the first Trump administration deemed essential at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not right. That's not what they're talking about. That's not what they say they were doing, but the devastation impact on families and communities is real in California. And the only way to rein it in, if the Republican majority won't do their part as a co-equal branch of government, is for us to flip Congress and begin to do that next year while we speak up and push back.
Do you see an end to it, though? Is this just a race to the bottom, gerrymandering back everywhere in a matter of years?
No, I think the solution for this would be independent redistricting for all 50 states in the country. That has been proposed in Congress, that has been voted on in Congress. Only Democrats have supported those proposals, and Republicans continue to vote no, and that should tell you a lot.
Well, so you say Republicans continue to vote no, and that should tell you a lot. This proposal from the governor and Democrats in the legislature and Congress is an expiration date on the gerrymandering. It goes back to the independent commission in 2030. What are you confident that by 2030 Republicans will not be gerrymandering?
I can't guarantee that, but I can say that by then we will have gotten through these midterms. Right. We'll have gotten through the end of the second Trump administration, and we should be better as a result of that.
You think that even the Republicans following the Trump administration, the next iteration of Republicans, you expect to be what you would consider to be more responsible in their governing?
You know, I've been in this business a long time. I have to be an optimist, right? You got to hope that better days are ahead. That's why we do what we do.
I guess what I'm wondering is why put an expiration date on Democrats' fight? Why not keep these 5 seats and then continue to look for some more?
Yeah, no, look, because we believe in the independent redistricting piece, but the moment that we're living in right now is so extreme, so unprecedented, so dangerous, it does call for a temporary measure like this.
Okay, I'd like to turn to immigration. You've mentioned it already in the remarks, but it's part of a fight that you've been a part of for all of your political career. You have a bill that would make it easier for some immigrants in the U.S. to qualify for legal status, but you've also, on this stage, been very realistic about where Republicans are in their votes. So where does this leave Democrats?
So the bill he's referencing is known as the Registry Bill. It's a proposal that would simply update existing law and provide a step towards legalization for anybody who's been in the United States more than 7 years and has paid their taxes, no criminal history, et cetera, come out of the shadows, take a step towards legalization and maybe a green card. It's actually been on the books for 100 years. The deadline or eligibility date by which you qualify has been adjusted a couple of times over the last 100 years, the last time under Republican President Ronald Reagan. So the law is still there, but just do the math. You would have had to have been here more than 50 some odd years to be eligible today. If we change the date, the registry date, to fit modern times, 7 years or more, there's millions of people, not just in California, but across the country, that would be able to take that step and benefit from that. I also think it'd be good for our national security. I think it'd be great for our economy. And by not creating a new bureaucracy, I think it's a smart way forward. The reason I think, as crazy as you may think I am, that this could be a time, the general public, not just here in California, but polls across the country have suggested the general public disagrees with how this administration has gone about their ICE raids and detention and enforcement. They see the cruelty, they see the violence, they see the injustice, and public opinion is starting to turn. I hear from my Republican colleagues in the Senate, mostly behind closed doors, but when even Steve Scalise, the #2 Republican in the House of Representatives, is getting it from constituents back home and suggests there ought to be a better way, then maybe, just maybe, something is turning. There's an opening there to be able to do something smart and different.
You're absolutely right about the polling. If we'd been sitting here 2 years ago, and 2 years ago you were optimistic about a polling shift, and I think I would have been skeptical of that, and clearly there has been a shift in the polling. But the Republicans who talk to you behind the scenes, who are they?
Want the list of names?
I do. I'd like to know what Republicans you're talking to. And are you talking to these Republicans about this legislation?
Yeah, I'm talking to all both sides of the aisle, and that's, I think, one of the frustrations. I'm sure you've heard this from others about Washington, D.C. Behind closed doors, what people are willing to say, but the lack of political will to say something publicly or to vote against Trump. That's part of the crisis that we're in right now. That's the reason Congress, last time I checked on paper, we're still a co-equal branch of government, right? The checks and balances written into the Constitution, but only if you exercise it. So as public opinion continues to shift, I think the political pressures and realities and considerations of Republican members will shift. That and flipping at least one, if not both, chambers of Congress next year, be a whole new world.
Is there a Republican who you especially like talking to about this?
Anybody and everybody who may have an open mind.
Yeah.
And it's hard. Don't get me wrong. It's hard, but I have to. I can't give up. I owe it to the people that I represent here in California and similar immigrant families and working families across the country to keep trying.
Do you think Trump has seen the polling and he doesn't seem to be backing off of his immigration agenda at all? Do you think that even if you had a groundswell of support among Republicans, maybe all in the Senate and in the House, do you have any optimism that Trump might change his mind? Could he be the president who ushers in immigration, what Democrats would say reform?
Well, I've heard that too. Like maybe this is the only Nixon can go to China potential moment for him. The question isn't, can Trump change his mind? I think he's changed his mind too much. Right? Look at what's happening with the tariff wars. On one day, off one day, 25%, 10%, 50%, depending on the day or who he's hearing from last. On immigration, let's all go back to a couple months ago, that Homeland Security press conference. As difficult as that experience was, but it helped shine a light on what was happening at the time in Los Angeles, but it raised awareness across the board. The very next day, there was a little covered statement that Donald Trump made. He's hearing from employers in different industries, and maybe, just maybe, I should kind of ease up on how they're going about detaining workers in hotels, agricultural fields,
Sure, so we know
et cetera.
he's
So
back
he's
and forth.
hearing it
Yeah.
from the business owner community, right, and from industry. Sadly, the weekend came and went, and on Monday it was back to no. We're gonna double down and target blue states and blue cities.
So the Nixon goes to China proposition, do you think it's realistic with this president?
Probably unlikely, but I got to keep hope alive. I got to keep pressing the issue with him, with Republicans, with Democrats, with everybody until we finally do what's right for the country and modernize our immigration system.
And in fact, you and other Democrats do continue to push on the issue and introduce legislation.
And look, we're in Sacramento, the capital of the great state of California, right? And so I want to ask everybody to keep repeating to your networks what I repeat ad nauseum every day in the Capitol, reminding everybody that while California, yes, is the most populous state in the nation, the most diverse state in the nation, home to more immigrants, both documented and undocumented than any state in the nation, this is the same California that has become the fourth largest economy in the world. And it's not despite our immigrant population, it's because of the contributions of immigrants as workers, as consumers, and as entrepreneurs. Just from that vantage point, again, if you want to target dangerous, violent criminals, by all means, there's no disagreement there. But the vast majority of immigrants and the vast majority of people targeted by this administration are not dangerous, violent criminals. They're making our communities and our economy stronger. That should be something to emulate, replicate, and build on, not to demonize.
I appreciate you pulling the conversation back to California. And in the few minutes we have left here, let me ask you about this situation going on with UCLA and the Trump administration's demand for, I think, what the governor has called a ransom payment. UC officials are in talks with the White House. Should they consider settling?
I can't say they shouldn't consider, but it all depends on what they're willing to, budge on or agree to. I don't know what's on the table, to be honest. But we can't ignore the context here, right? This is an administration who's not satisfied with trying to bend the judiciary to their will, one of the other co-equal branches of government, when it's willing to live up to that responsibility. Not satisfied, this administration, with trying to bend Congress to its will. They've taken on media organizations, they've taken on universities, they've taken on law firms, they've taken on the Smithsonian Institution, really?
Well, do you think any payment or policy change would be appropriate?
If it is maybe minor, negligible in exchange for keeping the funding going on important research and student support programs, maybe. Again, I don't know what's on the table, so I don't want to speculate as to what the guidelines or criteria should be.
That's fair. And you have thoughts about campus free speech, too, I think, and the administration's targeting of, well, some of that speech. Wondered what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, so one of the proposals that we're looking at and we'll probably be introducing here in the next week or two is something that modifies a current authority granted to the Secretary of State to just pull a visa from a student visa.
This is the immigration.
Without criteria, like, okay, I get it if somebody's truly a threat to national security or affiliated with a foreign terrorist organization or something like that, but you can't and shouldn't be able to do that for somebody simply expressing their opinions, as much as you may disagree with it. We have a First Amendment, the right free speech, just like freedom of the press. Freedom to express yourself is fundamental to our democracy, but even that's being abused by this administration.
And legislation to that effect has been introduced in the House, and so what you're considering is...
A Senate companion to that bill.
Got it. Are you talking to any Republicans about that?
As soon as we get back from this break, day after Labor Day.
Let me ask you one more question here, and this is about your, before you were a senator, you were Secretary of State. And I am interested in the Trump administration's demand for voter rolls, information there. And I'm curious if you've thought about that and what you think there might be the consequences of that.
Yeah, so they're at it again, right? The first Trump administration, I was serving as Secretary of State, he set up this sham commission on election integrity based on all the conspiracy theories, election denier accusations that he continues to believe, that there's rampant voter fraud across the country. We know there isn't. And so he asked, not just of California, but all 50 states, give me not just your voter file, but give me all this personal information on every registered voter in your state. They're trying, again, not by way of a commission, they've now have charged the Department of Justice with this exercise. They're trying to tee up massive purging of voter rolls in key states. In addition to that, either the executive orders or the legislation that has been introduced by Republicans to make it harder for eligible Americans to register to vote, stay registered to vote, or actually cast their ballot. And you tie that together with the redistricting efforts that they're putting forward in Texas and probably more states to come. That's their strategy for trying to maintain control next November, because they know their agenda and their record is damaging to the country.
Is there anything that you think Democrats should do on voter security or on voter or elections operations or maintenance that you think would be good for Democrats to do politically?
I think if all 49 other states adopted the California model on making multiple secure opportunities for people who are eligible to register to vote, to cast their ballot in person, by mail, early voting, day of, et cetera, with all the security measures that we have in place, that would be great for democracy.
I just want to pull it back maybe to the beginning then too. The California model, in this redistricting fight, do we risk losing something about the California model and becoming just one, albeit a big, part of the partisan players?
No, I think, again, the stakes are so high. This is a unique moment in time. We have to do what it takes to ensure the integrity of next November's elections. And then work longer term to advance independent redistricting in all 50 states in the nation. I think that's the way to go.
Senator, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Senator Padilla and David, for that conversation. Coming up in our program, we'll have a series of policy panels, one on energy and climate and one on housing, two big issues, obviously, here in the Golden State. Before we get into those, though, please welcome to the stage Laura Spanjian, the Global Head of Public Policy for Airbnb, who will deliver executive remarks. Thank you.
Hello, how's everybody? Are we good? All right, I love it. This is great. I'm really happy to be here. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Spanjian, and I am the head of global policy for Airbnb. I want to call out a couple people in the room because we have some Airbnb, my fantastic colleagues are in the room. Where are y'all? Where are you sitting? There we are. We got Airbnb in the house. So please, if you don't know them, I want Justin, Caitlin, Danny, Nicolette, and the newest member of our California policy team is Jose Alvarado. If you don't know them, please get to know them. They are absolutely fantastic. And we're doing a lot of stuff in California, and we want you to be a part of it. So on behalf of Airbnb and our host committee, and our host community, I am extremely happy to be here today and to talk to you. I've already ran into some old friends that I used to work with a long time ago, and I love meeting new friends as well. So I'm really, really happy to be here. The other great thing about being in California is that California is Airbnb's home. Airbnb was founded right here in 2007 during our major recession, when our co-founders rented out their San Francisco apartment, their little apartment, to 3 guests to help pay rent. That small little idea that actually worked back then has grown into a global community of over 5 million hosts and 1.5 billion guest arrivals worldwide, 1.5 billion. It's an amazing community that we've grown in a short time. But it's not just the numbers, it's people. Nearly 70% of hosts in California say they rely on Airbnb to afford staying in their homes. Last year alone, hosting generated almost $4 billion in tax revenue for the state and nearly $14 billion in economic impact, supporting jobs and small businesses from San Diego to Sacramento. In addition to helping people make ends meet, send their kids to college, or pay the rent, hosts also add to the culture and vibrancy of this great state. Last year, I was eyeing a piece of art at a small gallery event in Santa Cruz. The artist was there and we started talking. And I started telling her what I did. I said I worked at Airbnb. And she looked at me like with these big eyes, and she took a step back and she started smiling and laughing. She was a host. And she told me that her art had started out as a hobby, but because of Airbnb, she was able to turn her passion into a career. And that is the power of Airbnb. So of course, after I heard that story, I bought 2 pieces of her art. So not only does our company help people, but our nonprofit also really steps up as well. When disasters strike, our hosts step up in addition to our nonprofit. Whether it was the devastating fires in Los Angeles or San Bernardino, Airbnb.org and our host network provided emergency housing to evacuees, firefighters, and relief workers. Thousands of people had a safe place to stay because of our community, and we've done this all over the world. We also know California faces serious housing challenges. That's why we're investing in solutions, supporting pro-housing groups and ballot measures at the state and local level to help tackle the root cause of our housing crisis. I'm really excited about our work in California, and next year is going to be even bigger for us. We want to work with you. We want to partner with you to make our neighborhoods better, our unique neighborhoods that we help support. We want to continue to support them. We want to continue to lift up small businesses that help so many people in our communities. We want to be there with you in times of crisis to help people when they need a place to turn. And we want to give Californians the freedom to live their best lives. Thank you so much, Politico, and all of you. We are very happy to be here. We're happy to help host these important conversations. And we're very happy for all the state policymakers that are in the room. Thank you so much for all the work that you do to make California the best state to live and work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Laura. We'll now set the stage for our first panel discussion of the day, California energy policy at a crossroads. From cap and trade to electricity prices, I know the people in this room know that Sacramento has a very full agenda. And so we've got an all-star panel here to break it down for us. That will be moderated by Deborah Kahn, Politico editor and columnist. And she'll be sitting down with Catherine Reheis-Boyd from the Western States Petroleum Association, Katie Valenzuela from Everyday Impact Consulting, Kip Lipper, the state Senate's chief advisor on energy policy and natural resources, and finally, Lauren Sanchez, the chief climate advisor to Governor Gavin Newsom. So please join me in welcoming our panel to the stage for this important and timely conversation.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for this water. Great setup. This is, thank you so much for your time today. This is like my dream panel. As you see, I mean, yeah, these people, this is, yeah. There's a lot going on right now in terms of energy and climate policy in California, both in state and federally, and this is the ideal timing to get into it with 12 business days left in the legislative session, an unprecedented, correct me if I'm wrong, number of policy goals on the table, including cap and trade extension, and in a pivot from previous sessions, actually increasing oil drilling. So lawmakers are really going to be burning the midnight
biofuel.
And then, on the federal level, we're seeing what appears to be an attack every week against the state's authority. Just this morning, Trump's Justice Department announced an investigation into hiring practices at Cal EPA and the California Air Resources Board, the state's main air and climate agency. And so there's just a lot going on. And so we have 4 of the sharpest and most influential minds in California energy policy here, and we have 25 minutes. So we'll start by zooming out with the big picture to just get at what's going on with California versus Trump, and then we can go back in state and get as granular as we have time for, and then you can wonk out further with them afterwards and at the happy hour. I know you guys have a lot of questions. So I want to start with Lauren. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to start with her not only because she's from the governor's office and one of the main architects of California's climate policies, but because the last time we were supposed to share a stage, you disappeared at the very last second. We were standing. Is
that right, Deb? I'm
so
sorry.
This was last March. This is my experience. I'm just going to share it. We were all standing here ready to go on, and then Lauren just completely disappeared. And it was for a good reason. It was because you were about to sign an agreement with an automaker to abide by California's electric vehicle policies in the event that the Trump administration came back and overturned them, which is indeed what happened. And so the fact that you're here tells me, number one, that another agreement with industry is not immediately imminent, if that's right. And then also, was that an effective strategy? I have to say, it took 6 months this time for Trump to overturn these rules. That was down from 18 months last time. And the Justice Department has even gotten truck manufacturers to disavow any possibility of future agreements with you. And just today, we had that investigation into the state's hiring practices, citing CARB's goal of advancing racial equity. So I have to ask, I want to start, did you overestimate California's ability to prepare for this administration?
Thanks, Deborah, for that question, and thanks to you and the Politico team for having us today. I would say a few things. Let's zoom out. One cannot underscore how consequential, impactful, devastating the federal attack and assault on California has been. And it's not just California, it is decades of clean air, clean water, clean energy progress across the entire nation. We have long held our belief in all of our climate leadership, which has been true. And I will say, I have just been, as you are, stunned and shocked by what this administration is doing on behalf of polluters across the world. I will say it is, as the governor likes to say, ceding our economic future to China. It is undercutting. You just referenced automakers in the United States. They have a tough road ahead, I would say, with the global auto market headed towards electric vehicles, as we've already seen. I will say the governor's been very clear on this. We will fight like hell. It was a deep point of pride that in the Trump first administration, we sued them over 100 different times, 100 lawsuits, the vast majority of those related to climate and the environment. The majority of those successful. I just checked with our lawyer, almost 40 have already been issued. I will call to attention, in June, the governor and the attorney general sued on the illegal revocation of our waivers. Of course, the ability of California to set our own vehicle emission standards that has been enshrined in the Clean Air Act for over decades. Republican administrators, Republican presidents, Republican governors have given us this right. Over 100 different waivers have been delivered to California, and this is the first time we've seen Congress move to illegally revoke that. It is I won't obviously reveal anything about our litigation strategy or our conversations with industry, but I will say our resolve has never been deeper across this state because Californians understand deeply what is at stake. It is not only the economic prowess and the economic engine here in California, everything we're doing on climate, clean energy, and clean air, but it is really about our future and our ability to compete with electro states that are popping up around the world.
how do you move forward then on climate and air pollution goals, given industry's unwillingness to come along this time, given the Trump administration's ability to peel them away, and also affordability is the watchword across the country right now. So how do you see a way forward, especially in this legislative session?
Well, just on the point of autos, I would point to an American auto manufacturer, Ford, who just a few weeks ago took a bold statement and said they were going to redouble their efforts on EVs and endeavor to create a $30,000 truck, retool a lot of their assembly lines. They recognize that the future lies in these cleaner, more efficient vehicles, and they don't want to be left behind. I think there are a number of opportunities that present themselves over the coming months in our fights against the federal administration. The other thing I will comment on is we've had a number of states, democratically led states, a handful of Republican states, who have really banded together when the Republicans in Congress illegally took away our waiver. We launched the Affordable Clean Cars Coalition with a number of states across the country who are still committed to making sure this transition happens. And to your point, Deborah, that it is affordable for communities in all of our states, but we know that we have to redouble our efforts in the face of the headwinds that have presented themselves.
Okay, thank you. Quick lightning round question for everybody. What grade would you give yourself in the administration so far in responding to Trump?
Are you going down the line?
Yeah.
That's you.
I'd give us an A-. I'd give us an A-. I think, Deborah, you're right. Listen, we thought it would look more like Trump 1.0, and they have a completely different playbook. They had 4 years to study what they did wrong in the first administration and employ new tactics. And the governor has been very clear about the role that Congress has played, the other elected officials have played, and look at what's happening to other institutions around the country. They mean business when they are attacking. I will say the focus on California, I like to think of as a point of how successful we were being, right? They are coming after us because we were shaping how these markets were changing around the world. They knew the consequences of us continuing to lead, and by God, we will continue to lead.
A-. Okay, Kathy, what say you?
I just think both sides are really good at combating each other. So as far as I'm concerned, they're all doing a good job because they're all combating each other every single day on every single issue. So I don't know what grade that is, but
who are you rooting for?
What?
Who are you rooting for?
I'm actually rooting for the next topic we'll get into, which is what this state needs to do to move the state forward. That's what I'm really rooting for.
In terms of a grade, I would say it's the wrong class, okay? And I would say the fighting with the Trump administration is extraordinarily important and an existential threat to California's policies. But I also think there is a lot that California can do on its own that isn't subject to a federal Clean Air Act waiver or hopefully interference by the FERC or other federal agencies that California can continue to do on its own. And I think my boss, Senator McGuire, is looking at what do we have within the control. Litigation is a wonderful and important thing and a necessary part of the strategy, but also using the tools that we have here in California to address climate change. And I just want to say, it's not just climate change. It's clean air, it's clean water, it's toxics, it's a lot of other things, which a lot of the people today tend to forget. But I will say, I think the grade for California in general is very good, but I also think I wouldn't base it strictly on the interactions with the Trump administration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Katie has not forgotten that.
Yeah.
That you
And thank you for asking us a question you did not prepare us with before we got on the stage here. This is fun. I will say B-, which is a kindness. I think Attorney General Bonta has done incredible work, but I have been really personally frustrated with our response this time versus 1.0. It feels like we're moving more towards the middle. I was just leaving a briefing with a bunch of Assembly members who said I never thought I'd see a pro-big oil bill in my time in the California legislature. This is, I think we could be standing stronger on issues when we know that we don't agree. The MAGA base is not going to suddenly love our governor if he starts allowing more drilling in California, and I think we need to remember that and stay true to who we are.
I mean, I think that's an open question. So let's go to what's happening on the state level, as you all want to get into. So we're at a very awkward time in California's green transition. 2 of the state's 9 refineries have announced plans to close in the next year. There's estimates that could raise gas prices by more than $1 per gallon. And obviously this all connects back to the federal level. Californian officials are keenly aware of how gas prices play in terms of confirming national Republicans' perceptions of the state. And so Newsom has now gone from trying to impose a profit margin cap on oil refiners to, on Friday, this upcoming Friday, the California Energy Commission is going to pass a rule saying they will not impose a profit cap on refiners. So how is that for regulatory certainty, Kathy? Can you put the current moment in context for us? How happy, or maybe not happy, but how heartened or encouraged are you by these developments?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, let's just, again, the pressure that the federal government is putting on California, I think actually, from my perspective, is healthy. And the reason being is I think it's brought the right conversation to the table that we need to have on the technical realities and the goals and aspirations that California has. So I'm encouraged by the fact that we are having the best conversations I have heard in a very long time relative to affordability, the ability of our members to supply affordable, reliable energy to the market every single day to, 40 million people that drive 32 million cars and trucks. And we always have to remind folks we're the 3rd largest consumer of gasoline in the entire world in California. And the only 2 that are in front of us is the United States of America and China. So we have a responsibility to meet the demand of the consumers every single day with a lens towards a transition into the future. And we are in both those spaces. And I'm happy to talk about both of those spaces that we are in. But what's really important is this affordability lens that everyone on this stage appreciates is involved in. All of these conversations are through that lens. All of the conversations are, how do you protect the environment and have a cost-effective transportation fuel system in California for all the consumers that we have? And so the pieces of that are everything. It's everything being talked about. It's how do you have cap and trade, which of course we support, but also how do you make it more affordable? Obviously, the cap is for environmental protection. Trading is for businesses to be able to figure this out, right? So cap and trade, how do you make it more affordable? How do you protect trade-exposed industries like the energy industry, like cement? And then relative to the margin cap is the #1 issue to send a market signal for certainty for investors. If anyone listens to these investor calls, it is very clear that the market signal being sent is California is not open for business. We have to turn that around so that we don't have 2 more refineries who have to make the very tough choices that the 2 we have heard about, one's made it, one's considering it. We cannot in any way afford 2 more refineries to go down to the state. So it's the margin cap, certainty on the market. It's getting oil production flowing to the refiner in the north and the south so they can make gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel and have supply meet demand. Unfortunately, demand has not, unfortunately for the Air Resources Board perspective, demand has not declined at the rate that they anticipated. And so we have to meet demand, whatever that demand is, and we cannot have less supply to do it. So you have margin cap, you have oil production, you have at-berth regulations that are making it difficult to bring even more vessels and for crude oil or for product into California to supply the market. So there is a lot swirling around on what's really important as we take the next step. There is a sense of urgency. And again, I have been encouraged that we are having those conversations at a level that actually matter as we unravel that onion, because the technical realities have to be addressed. And if they aren't, we will never get to that future that California wants and that we want. So, I mean, I tried to frame it up that way, Deborah. I don't know if that was successful, but that's sort of from my lens where I'm seeing it.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up all those different things, like all the different demands, at-birth rules, CEQA exemptions, increased drilling. If you get all of those things, and talk about demand a little more, because demand is declining structurally in California. So if you get everything you want, will that be enough to sustain the industry in California long term, or do you still have to grapple with that ultimate underlying question?
Look, you put all those pieces together, I mean, there's probably 10 elements in cap and trade everybody's talking about. At birth has all kinds of elements, and that's, even at birth, some of those technologies won't even be available for 2 to 3 years. So this is still going to be a conversation. But I would say that if we don't take action, then the conversation will be a very different one. Okay. So if we have 2 more refineries that have to make a difficult decision, we won't be having this conversation. We'll be having a very different one.
Which refineries would you say those are?
I mean, it's very common knowledge. PBF is definitely one in North and South. You obviously, Valero's not made a decision, and that's pending.
Okay.
And then you have Phillips, of course, who made the decision.
Yes.
And then, everybody else who's probably looking at it the same way.
Thanks. Kip and Katie, I know you have thoughts about affordability and the right way to approach that.
Yeah, one thing I want to say, and I agree with Kathy that this is a good conversation to have, but I would dissent with the argument that California's costs are defined by oil refineries' presence and increasing crude oil production. Look at the cost of the wildfires in Southern California. Look at the cost of floods in the state that most objective meteorologists attribute to climate change. Look at the costs of the drought in the Central Valley that's running billions of dollars in costs and raising up people's food at the table. So I think there's costs and there's costs. There is no doubt that the discussion about how we transition, and I think this is the important thing, we have really ambitious goals, and we're here today, and Kathy is correct about the current incumbency of oil. But I would also say the important thing is not getting here. That's important, but the most important thing is how we get there. And I think the innovation that the legislature and the governor are bringing to the table is adapting to those times. One other thing, I just want to correct you mildly. The Energy Commission suspended the profit margin proceeding. They didn't say they're never going to go back to it again. I think what they said is we've got other things to do right now, and we are working on other things. So it wasn't, I mean, the law is still there. They can come back and look at that if there are abuses in the market, and I'm not suggesting there are, but I'm just saying that is out there. So I do want, it's an important thing to note that the tools in the toolbox are still there. But I also think that I agree with Kathy that the conversation is a good one to have.
Yeah, my understanding is that they're debating whether to say that it won't happen for 5 or 10 more years at the point.
That's fair. I'm just saying that the ability to come back to that if there are abuses in the market is still on the table. It wasn't that they said we're never doing it.
Mm-hmm. Katie.
As someone who was born and raised in Oildale in Kern County, I'm having a really hard time with the policy discussion that's happening in the legislature today. That's part of why our political campaign is called Stop Gaslighting California, because it's like what's right is wrong, what's up is down. This is an industry that's a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's multinational, it's monopolistic in many ways, and to have them say that they're fighting for affordability for working people just never doesn't land well with me or the folks in our coalition. We believe the government is on the right track with the special session rules, and we need to do a lot more to protect us during this transition. Part of the way we ended up here is we relied on the market to tell us how this transition was going to happen. And the fact is that there are certain market players whose self-interest is diametrically opposed to the goals that California has. And that's what we saw with EVs, with solar panels. They started gravitating towards the areas where they could make money and gravitating away from the people who needed those investments and those infrastructure the most. And so I think this is a teachable moment. Refineries are closing all around the world. Refineries are closing in Texas. This is global consolidation that we're seeing. Nothing we can do in California is going to prevent the inevitable decline of fossil fuel. But if we start giving away health and safety standards, if we start giving away money, we are not going to have the tools we need to protect workers and to protect the people who rely on us to make sure this transition helps them as well.
Cool. Thank you. We have 8 minutes left, so let's get into cap and trade, which is the hot thing.
Let's not.
His favorite topic.
Yes. Yeah, no, I know. So as subscribers to Politico Pro already know, as of an hour ago, the latest auction results are in, and they're actually pretty good. The reason that we're watching these auction results so closely, the auction of emissions permits that businesses have to buy to allow them to emit carbon, is because they generate a lot of money for the state, and they've been pretty low lately because of uncertainty over what's going to happen with this program, which is the cornerstone of the state's emissions targets, and which AG Pam Bondi has said she's going to target. So the governor has said he wants to reauthorize it this year. I don't think he's said it recently, so I'm interested if that's still one of his top priorities, because he came out in favor of grid regionalization today. Is he still wanting to get it done this year?
Another correction. We're full of friendly corrections. In April, the governor, the pro tem, and the speaker agreed to get it done this year.
Yes. Is that still the plan?
We are in very constructive discussions.
Okay. As we reported yesterday, the Assembly is having trouble getting the Senate to let it amend its bill, which is in that House. So Kip, you've been in the legislature for like 40 years, right?
Since the late Pleistocene era.
Yes. So oil is now being pumped. That was, okay. Where does a maneuver like that come from? And what does it bode for the chances of getting cap and trade done this year? There's a lot of hijinks that go on towards the end of session, but to see this still with almost 3 weeks left, what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, the pundits and others can comment on that kind of back and forth. I think it's kind of a sideshow. I think, as Lauren said, the two leaders and the governor's staff are meeting on this. We're trying to get to, and I think to your question, I think it's the intent, certainly of my boss, and I can only speak for him, to get this across the finish line, and we're going to work hard to do that. Sure, as you say, there's a lot of procedural back and forth between the two houses on both sides. It's fairly common, though, at this time of year, that bills which are called gut and amends are not put in print. And by the way, that's a policy that extends both to the Assembly and the Senate. If I read your story correctly, the Assembly is going to put something in print in its House, which makes total sense. They have control over that. And in the meantime, we're going to continue the discussions because the big picture is getting this across the finish line. And the distractions are really, I think, kind of secondary.
The houses do seem really far apart, though. I mean, there's these kind of maneuvers, but that does paper over some real kind of philosophical and huge policy differences. Katie, what do you think? What do you think about where the chances of getting this done this year, and would you rather wait until next year?
Honestly, I think we'd all like to see it get done this year. Next year's an election year. We don't know what the Trump administration is going to be doing. We know industry is lobbying heavily for the Trump administration to continue to gut environmental regulations here in California. So getting it done this year makes a lot of sense for us. I think our concern is that these bills are not yet in print in either house. And I know we'd love to see public proposals being put forward. We've seen frameworks, we've seen ideas, so that we can, as a public body, engage in these, submit letters, have debates, have policy hearings, so that we can really weigh in. This is the most consequential climate decision this body is going to make for the next 20 years. And how we do this, whether or not we continue subsidizing fossil fuels, whether or not we reform our climate credit to make it more equitable, whether we protect critical investments and things that our communities need to afford their cost of living, to transition away from fossil fuels. All of those are on the table right now, and we're ready to work with them to make this happen.
Okay, that's actually really interesting that you are coming out in favor of getting it done this year, because I thought you might not, because we have Monique Limon coming in, Senator Limon coming in next year as the Senate President pro tem, and she's much more kind of on the left on all these things. So that's
well, she's actively involved in the negotiations, as Kip will tell you. And I honestly, for us, the environmental justice communities have always had a problem with market mechanisms, right? Because it allows heavy polluting facilities to continue to do what they're doing in our communities. But we have really shifted our perspective, because what we want is air quality improvements. What we want are tangible investments. And what we want is to stop subsidizing the industries that, frankly, in 2017, when we renewed this program, we gave the industry everything they wanted. There was a 10-point plan. They got every single point on that plan. Nothing in that guaranteed lower fuel prices. Nothing in that prevented the refinery closures we're seeing today. And so we're trying to educate this legislature on that trend of the past. We need this investment. We need this money if we're going to be able to ensure equity and affordability for all Californians. And again, as someone who grew up in Kern County, represents groups in Kern County, the workers live there too. Their kids live there too. I didn't know it wasn't normal for every kid not to have an inhaler when they ran on the track field after school. This is something we have to take more seriously if we're going to ensure, as Kip said, the cost of this aren't continuing to be passed through to working people.
Mm-hmm. I just want to add, again, and sorry, Deborah, I want to dissent a little bit. I think both houses and the governor all agree that it would be good to get a good program extension. And as Katie mentions, this is a 20-year decision. We probably won't come back to it again until I'm in an old folks home, which could be next year, by the way. But I'm just saying, it's a big deal. I think Katie's right. It's a very important deal. But I also think the governor and the two leaders agree on the objectives here, which is to have a strong climate program, to ensure that we have ongoing revenues for investments in climate adaptation, to address the potential for surplus and fluff, if you will, in offsets and in free allowance allocation. I think, obviously they agree on extending the program for 15 years beyond the sunset. So I think there's a lot of commonality. I think how we solve those problems is challenging, and we are sitting down and going through those right now. And clearly, going back to the earlier point you made, the affordability question is front and center as well. So I think there's a lot of different ideas out there, but I also think that the main elements here, there is a lot of commonality among the governor and the legislature.
Well, and Kip, I love the perspective. Sorry, Kathy.
That's okay.
Love the perspective.
I always defer to you, Lauren.
Brought up earlier about as the federal government is taking away so many of our tools, why would state leaders abdicate the opportunity to demonstrate real political leadership around this program that, from the perspective of the administration, has worked? This program has generated over $30 billion in revenue for the state that is funding a climate transit-oriented project, the high-speed rail. It funds affordable transit. Most of our EV rebates, as Kip was saying, safe and affordable drinking water, community air protections. Over half of that revenue has directly benefited frontline communities in California. It's something we are incredibly proud of. And that's not even to point out the additional $11 billion for the climate credit that's been distributed directly to customer electricity bills. It is one of our most effective, not only cost-effective climate programs, but effective ways at addressing affordability, getting that credit right back to your electricity bill. So I think Kip's absolutely right. More areas of alignment and agreement than disagreement, but there are a lot of forces out there that would like to see this fail. I think I'm heartened that all three leaders are committed to getting it done.
Do you think you're going to get this done in the next 12 days, or would you be open to a special session?
Oh, I think we've done one too many of those.
That I would agree with.
Wait, what did you say, Lauren?
That's a decision above our pay grade, I would say.
Oh.
But I would also say,
later.
and again, I want to go back to what Lauren said, which I totally agree with. I think McGuire and Rivas and the governor have all said on the record repeatedly, it's our intent to get this done. So will it get done? You know, you can't predict the future, but what I will say is there is a strong desire and intent to work toward that, and we are doing it literally as we're sitting on this.
Yeah. And Deborah, to Katie's point on whether refineries are consolidated or not around the world, it is very important that California does enter this conversation to make sure we do not have any more refineries. It does matter. It's not a simple thing of more refineries losing capacity to supply the market in the state of California. So this is an important discussion on cap and trade. It is an important discussion on how we design it to make sure it's affordable, because we have to continue to meet our climate goals, but we have to do it in a way that makes sense. So the conversation, again, I'm glad it's being had. I think it's being had looking at all of those important decisions. It's being had based on leakage. It's being had based on affordability. It's being had on the cap side and the trade side. So I think it is a very important discussion, and it is a very significant cost that has to be looked at. It's a meritorious program, but how we design it really, really matters. And it really matters to keep these refineries operating in the state.
If I could do my last word here, I know we're at time, but I just have to say affordability is the word that everybody is using. And our question back to everybody is affordability for whom? I mean, affordability for companies that are doing shareholder, buyouts and executive pay bumps, or affordability for the working people that I grew up next door to that are in those fields right now. That's not going to happen if we continue to give our money away to the industries that are making their money on the backs of those working people. It's going to happen if we take control, if the state intervenes and ensures that we can invest in the new economies, the new jobs, the new improvements, and that we need to weather the future storms ahead of us.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for this fruitful discussion.
Lightning, final word?
Yeah, I guess, okay, what's your final word that would sum up this, or what's your final priority for the legislative session?
Go for it, Katie.
One.
Oh, no. Me? Fact-based policymaking. We're really bothered. I just have to,
Nope.
They're making lies. Okay.
You're asking me?
Yeah, if you want.
I'm not the management of the restaurant. I just wash the dishes. When they tell me what they want to work on.
When they're thrown your way.
Yes, that's right. So, as I think you mentioned accurately, there's a lot on the table and a lot at stake, and we're going to do our best to get that done.
Thanks.
Impactful and intentional urgency.
Okay, and then Lauren, since you wanted us to ask this question.
Well, I have one data point of optimism and hope, which is that for 93% of the days so far in 2025, California, the fourth largest economy in the world, has been powered by 100% clean electricity.
Mm-hmm.
It is something that naysayers said we couldn't do, that a lot of people tried to fight, and we are proving that the clean energy future can happen in California. I'm so appreciative of this discussion. We're in the transition. The governor likes to frame it as a moment for opportunity, for how we navigate, how to get there to decarbonizing the world's fourth largest economy, a laudable goal. But we are seeing proof points of progress that I hope would give us all optimism and hope to move forward through these last 12 days together.
Thank you. And forgive us for going over time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to our panelists and to Deborah for that very substantive conversation on energy and climate policy. To give you a preview, coming up, we have a lot more conversations in store. We'll have a conversation on housing policy with two leading members of the California Senate. We'll have sit-down interviews with Steve Hilton, Katie Porter, and Xavier Becerra. And of course, we'll be ending our day with an interview with Governor Gavin Newsom. So a lot of great programming planned. Thank you all for continuing to be here. Next onto the stage, we're going to bring an executive conversation. So please allow me to welcome to the stage Michael Quigley, the Executive Director of the California Alliance for Jobs, who will be joined in conversation with Politico's VP of Media Solutions, Heidi Sommer.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Great to still see such a packed room here. Thank you so much for coming to our first, what we believe will be our annual policy summit here in Sacramento. I'm thrilled to be here today with our partner, Michael Quigley, Executive Director at California Alliance for Jobs. Michael, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Heidi.
So for a little bit of background on Michael and his organization, Michael has spent the past 20 years helping shape how California invests in the systems that keep the state running, from transportation and water to climate resilience. And for a bit more background on the organization, California Alliance for Jobs is a unique labor management organization, and it sits at the intersection of infrastructure, climate policy, economic growth, and they're pushing for solutions that not only respond to today's challenges, but really help California build a stronger future. Today we're going to be exploring a deeper dive from the past conversation we had on energy, really focused on California's cap and trade program. And one of the things that we're going to be unpacking today is really how that program goes beyond meeting climate targets to overall, I think, building a California that's more connected, more sustainable. So, Michael, let's jump right in. California's cap and trade program is set to expire in 5 years. I can't even believe we're talking about 2030 right now, but we are. Can you give a brief program overview? What is the program? How does it work? Where does it currently stand? Just help us set the scene a bit here to start.
Sure. And thank you for the opportunity, Heidi. It's really great to be here in front of all these, smiling faces. And Sacramento has really been the leading capital in climate policy, right, for the last 20 years. And the cap and trade program was originally authorized in 2006 under AB 32 and created the authority for the market mechanism that you heard from the previous panel, the stakeholders, discussing the, sides of the different discussion on the renewal. But cap and trade has been something that has grown in terms of its revenue, and hearing today that the latest round of auctions actually exceeded expectations, which I think is a good thing for the future of the program. But it has then sold credits on these markets on a quarterly basis, going now for almost 20 years. And hopefully, as part of the legislative discussion this year, will be reauthorized for another 10 or 15 or maybe even longer period. Last reauthorization was done around 2014 under Governor Brown. And that created a structure for the program where about roughly 2/3 of the program was continuously allocated towards different priorities that included rail, housing, other types of programming, and then 1/3 of that program was discretionarily allocated by the legislature. And so as we get into the next iteration of the renewal, that will be an important part of the conversation in terms of what allocation will be continuously programmed towards different priorities and what part will be annually programmed, which I think actually has some significant consequences about the long-term impacts of the project, like how the legislature decides to structure that.
So you and I were talking about this right before that, our last panel, there was a lot of focus on the market mechanisms around this. But a really big question that I want to unpack with you more is where does all this money actually go? And would love to just hear from your perspective, what is working, what still needs improvement, but maybe even more importantly, like where are the opportunities on this?
So one of the things that the governor has been is rebranding the program as Cap and Invest. And I think that's an important evolution of the message, because really that's a big part of what we're talking about. There's the market side, which determines the affordability issues that were discussed and will be discussed on the next panel. And then on the investment side, what will we do with the money? What will we allocate it towards? Currently, high-speed rail gets about 25% of the annual allocation. Housing, affordable housing, sustainable communities is also getting 10%. There's 10% for transit rail capital programs, 5% for transit operations. These are all things that have had sustaining value in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the state, and are things that the coalition that the Alliance for Jobs is working with really supports continuing to invest. We can talk a little bit more about that. So I think the opportunity there lies in doubling down on some of these climate resilient infrastructure investments and making the sort of generational investments that will allow the state to transition to a zero emission and clean economy in the near future.
So when we think about cap and trade, it mostly gets associated with environmental issues like air pollution, emissions. But as you've already started to tease in this conversation, whether it's high-speed rail or beyond, the program just reaches so much farther than that in terms of the impact. So we'd just love to get a fuller picture from your perspective about what is reauthorization, what is that actual trickle-down effect for all of the communities in California?
So one of the things that is up for consideration is the infrastructure and climate resilience pieces. Those have, I think, the biggest direct impact in terms of job creation. You look at the middle class jobs that are created through the construction industry, that's direct employment. But then one of the benefits of making these infrastructure investments is that they have indirect benefit to all of the users of the system, whether that's building a new transit line. There's been about 245 projects that have been funded, transit projects that have been funded so far under the Cap and Trade program, which is roughly the equivalent of 5 million automobiles less on the road by having these transit expansions. So there's a lot of structural change that comes from making longer term programmatic investments in climate infrastructure. And that, I think, is one of the greatest potential outcomes for the Cap and Trade program, that we need to really look longer term, structurally program things that will have the greatest amount of GHG reduction through job creation, air quality improvements, and then finally creating tangible public assets that politicians can point to and say, this is what we did with your funds. We created new infrastructure that you get to utilize and benefit from, and also the environmental benefits are realized through the creation of the infrastructure. And I think that's one of the things that, the opportunity that lies within Cap and Trade.
So when we look to 2030 then, what's your honest take on the best case scenario? And if we really look at a successful reauthorization in earnest, what does that look like for you?
So the Alliance for Jobs is working closely with a coalition of labor management and labor, business, and local government groups. We are advocating for a 5-point principle document. The coalition is called the Climate Safe Infrastructure Coalition. Some of the members may be represented here in the audience today, but the Alliance is working with the League of Cities, the California Transit Association, the California State Association of Counties, California Building Industry Association, other groups, dozens of other groups, who are really trying to create a voice for a comprehensive package of infrastructure investments. And so this is what we're hoping for, that the legislature could make these prioritizations. And the buckets come across really 5 areas of significance for climate infrastructure. First would be prioritization of rail and transit capital programs so that we can execute the state's rail plan by 2050 and build the sort of infrastructure of the future that we need. The next part would be, in the affordable housing and sustainable infill development. There's a lot that needs to be done in order to fund the implementation of SB 375 and give infrastructure tools to local governments so that they can build the density around these transit hubs that will ultimately achieve the climate goals by VMT reduction, as well as have tremendous job creation value. We'd like to see significant investment in wildfires. Obviously that is something that is a perennial issue here in California, and greenhouse gas emissions associated with that, have potential to cancel out any gains we make in other areas. So that needs to be prioritized. We'd also like to see investments in clean transportation and climate adaptation. I think that's one area the state has not structurally funded a climate adaptation, climate resilience program. It has allocated money over the years, but only on a one-time basis. And so we think that cap and trade could be used to strengthen like our seawalls and ports and coastal airports and the sort of things that will allow the state to better weather the ups and downs of a more oscillating climate based off of the future that we are going to be ultimately experiencing, because California, at least for the next 3 years, is on its own with climate policy. So I think it's very important that we lead, we show a path forward that actually charts great value and creates the sort of climate outcomes that others would hope to model, which is what ultimately Mary Nichols said in 2006. And she was talking about implementation of the first cap and trade program, and she had made comments to the effect that if this is done properly, it will be a model for other states to eventually adopt. So I think that's part of what could potentially happen by 2030, and we could see something that would really allow the next generation of Californians to benefit from.
I love the optimism around it. I am curious because there are so many different priorities within what you've been talking about, whether it's rail, wildfire prevention, waste management, housing. There's so many different issues. We've got a room full of lawmakers and their staff that are very engaged in this event today. What do you think that they should be putting their energy into with all of those different priorities if they want to make meaningful sort of holistic change on this program?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because part of the structural problem, right, is you have a limited pot of resources. So the more buckets that you invest in, right, the more diluted those investments become. One of the things that the Climate Safe Infrastructure Coalition is advocating for is more structural allocation into limiting it into these 5 areas that we think have our 6 areas of the coalition that have the most impact in terms of creating better outcomes in terms of GHG reduction. And without having that sort of both structured and then also a longer term, we would advocate for a 15-year term at a minimum, because that's a certainty that both the markets require to have a long-term commitment to the financialization of the program, and then also the structure of infrastructure in transit and climate adaptation and all the sort of things that we hope to build. Those type of projects are planned and funded on 5 and 10-year windows. And so we really have to have a program that structurally allows longer term allocation into specific areas that will allow us at the end of that term to say, this is what we've completed. We have upgraded this number of miles of seawall and have fixed, built this number of units of housing, and there's tangible outcomes associated with it, which I think is the thing that allows the program to continue most successfully.
The tangible outcomes is a good reminder. And so for our last question that I have for you, it's really with today's audience, when we think about California policymakers, if they're going to take away just one thing from this conversation you and I are having right now, what should it be?
I think that there is an opportunity before this administration, before this legislature, to really make some generational investments, right? And just like how when Pat Brown in the late 60s, passed the voter-approved bond for the State Water Project, that was constructed over preceding decades, and we've lived in the benefit of that for the last 50 years. So I think things like high-speed rail, investing in sustainable, housing infrastructure, transit, wildfires, organic waste, all of these things, climate adaptation, they're part of a program that could leave a legacy from today. And that, I think, is the opportunity in front of folks, and that hopefully they can think big, because that is what's ultimately built California's prosperity today, is we're still standing on the shoulders of the infrastructure investments from the past.
Building that legacy of the future. That's a great note to end on. Michael, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you to the California Alliance for Jobs. And I'll leave you to my next topic.
All right, thank you so much for that conversation. We couldn't have a policy summit in California without talking about housing and how the affordable abundance movement that's happening nationwide is taking shape here in the Golden State. This is an issue that has obviously been on the California agenda for a long time, but took on new urgency with the devastating wildfires earlier this year. So here to kick off a very smart conversation on the topic, I want to bring to the stage my colleague Jeremy White, senior politics reporter here in California, in conversation with two state senators. We have Scott Wiener, the chair of the California Senate Banking Committee, and Aisha Wahab, chair of the California Senate Housing Committee. Welcome to the stage.
All right, hello everybody. Thank you for joining us on this action-packed day to talk about housing, which a little improbably maybe has become one of the paramount issues in Sacramento. I've watched it happen over the last few years. If you look at the polls, voters will consistently say that their number one issue is the cost of living, and housing is usually number two. We have heard Democrats in Sacramento emphasize over and over the importance of affordability and how housing in particular is the largest driver of costs. But there's less agreement on how to bring those costs down. We have seen this get pretty divisive, including among Democrats. I know from talking to both of you, Senator Wiener and Senator Wahab, that you have genuine philosophical disagreements about the best way to address this. So let's just start, 30 seconds or less. What should Sacramento be doing to bring down the cost of housing? Let's start with you, Senator Wahab.
I think that the state legislature as a whole has done a lot, but I also think that financing is one of the biggest missing factors when we're talking about affordable housing. We also see the fact that cost of goods, cost of labor, everything is going up. We have to also keep up with it. This year, in fact, with housing and homelessness, there was the first original attempt of putting zero for HAP funding. We brought that back up to $500 million. We put in more money for down payment assistance, increased the renter's tax credit, and much more, but we need to do more than just that.
Senator Wiener?
Yep, thanks for having me. So I think there are a few things that we need to do. We need to, first of all, we have a profound housing shortage in California that developed over a half a century as California made it progressively harder and harder to build homes by downzoning, banning apartment buildings, making every project a political mosh pit fight. And so we need to make sure we're zoning for enough housing and making it really easy and fast to actually get the permits. And we lower costs that way. We need to be investing more in subsidized housing, including social housing. It's an all of the above approach. We need to encourage new technologies in construction. This industry is building in a lot of the same ways it did 50 or 100 years ago. And then we need to keep people stable in their homes in terms of like renter protections. And I think Senator Wahab and I, on many things we agree, even though we do have a few disagreements.
Senator Wiener, I think you, more than any other elected official, have really embodied the YIMBY movement, which has been sort of rebranded abundance. I tend to think they're different words for the same thing, but essentially we need to reduce regulations and get building, housing in particular. In a lot of ways, you really opened this fight with a big sweeping piece of legislation to make it easier to build dense housing near transit. You weren't able to get it before. Now, as we roll into the end of session, SB 79, your bill to, again, get more housing near transit, has proven to be pretty polarizing, even a year in which we've seen big housing policies like CEQA reform pass. You have a lot of folks in LA, including the mayor, coming out against it. Meanwhile, other folks, including Katie Porter, the mayor of Oakland, coming out for it. Why is this particular issue still so controversial, even as you've made a lot of progress on other stuff?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thesis, so to speak, of this bill is that we spend a lot of time talking about where we don't want to build housing, like in a high severity wildfire zone. Some people don't want to build in the coastal zone. It's always like, don't build here, don't build here, don't build here, don't build here. Don't build in residential neighborhoods, but don't build in commercial corridors because you might displace small businesses. So it's a constant like, no, no, no. And so my take is, let's talk about where we do want to focus new housing. And one of the places where we certainly should be focusing new housing is close to the highest quality public transportation, rail, subways, rapid bus lines. That is a good place to build housing. It means more people can walk to transit. It strengthens our transit systems and reduces traffic congestion. So that's what we propose. This is a narrower version of what we proposed before. Anytime you sort of say what the zoning should be in cities, it's going to be pushback. But we, on the LA City Council, when they voted to oppose the bill, when they voted to oppose it in 2019, it was unanimous. This time, 5 city council members dissented from the opposition. So we have seen some shifts, but it's always going to be a contentious issue. But there is growing support, including the California Democratic Party.
San Francisco and the greater Bay Area tend to be sort of the YIMBY heartland. A lot tougher in LA. You tend to see more opposition from Democrats there, as we're seeing with the mayor and a lot of the city council. What is it about LA?
Well, first of all, even sometimes people will say to me, Wiener, you have it easy on housing in San Francisco. You don't know what I have to go through in my community. And I say to them, come to San Francisco. I was just at the other day, there was a 100% affordable housing project for like 30 to 70% of area median income. So it's like the kind of housing we really want built that utilized a streamlining law that I authored. So I went to the groundbreaking for it, exciting thing. And there was a group of neighbors to the side who pulled me to the side afterwards to berate me for having helped with that project. So there is NIMBYism everywhere. San Francisco went over the affordability cliff for housing before other parts of the state. We were the tip of the spear in terms of displacement, pushing people out, pushing middle-class people out, pushing young people out, pushing people into homelessness, having it so that people's kids will have 3 teachers in 1 year because the teachers can't afford to stay there. We were the first. And so it's not surprising that we were also the first place that the YIMBY movement was born. There is more diversity of thought around housing in LA now than there was 5 or 10 years ago. But LA, there's definitely a culture of single-family home, pool in the backyard. It's just a different way of living. Every region is a little bit different.
Senator Wahab, I know we're in a moment in which this, again, abundance movement is ascendant. You have Gavin Newsom shouting out Ezra Klein at press conferences. You are one of those who is a little more skeptical of it and sees this as maybe unduly benefiting developers, not producing the results we want to see. A critique I hear not just from fellow Democrats, but from a lot of folks in organized labor, some sort of pillars of Democratic support traditionally. What is the political risk here if Democrats go all in on abundance, in your view?
So, I want to be very clear about this. I think that there has been a lot of misinformation spewed by a wide variety of stakeholder groups. My number one goal is affordable housing, right? And when we're talking about affordable housing, people love to utilize language that the average person doesn't understand. And the reality is, I want to make sure that a single millennial is able to afford some type of housing, as well as a family of 4, as well as a senior on fixed income. First and foremost, our fastest growing homeless demographic are seniors on fixed incomes. They cannot afford the rents out there. And when we're talking about building, I fully support development, and I have historically also supported a lot of YIMBY efforts, right? I think we had 77 bills come through my committee. I think I supported 75 of them, right? And many of them through the YIMBY effort. I also want to say that even the CEQA reforms that Assemblymember Buffy Wicks, highlighted earlier this year that was absorbed into the budget around infill development makes sense, right? We need to kind of push that boundary a little bit more. And as we have laws that are 3 decades old, 4 decades old, and hasn't been touched, hasn't been updated, it is our responsibility to review what works, what doesn't work. So I don't think that there is a disagreement on development and prioritizing housing as a whole, because that is the #1 issue. Housing and homelessness is the #1 issue for almost any city throughout the state of California. However, the one part that I am deeply concerned about is when we're talking about affordability and making sure that there are safeguards around affordability. Making sure that if we are streamlining all of these things for developers to lower their cost in development, to ensure that they don't get the runaround from local jurisdictions, to make sure that things are working in their favor with technology, with cost of goods, labor, whatever the case may be, that we are actually producing for the public. And what are we trying to produce? Affordability. I also want to highlight that we need to prioritize home ownership. Over 90 some odd percent, I think it's 96%, regardless of demographic, regardless of socioeconomic status, regardless of political party, believe home ownership is a part of the American dream. And we are seeing less and less home ownership here in California, specifically with communities of color. And I want to highlight that when we are talking about communities of color, there's an entire generation that's almost left out on the homeownership piece. And we talk about San Francisco and we talk about LA, but as a person from the Bay Area, San Francisco may be the face of the Bay Area, but it's not the entire Bay Area, right? And so when we are seeing some of these bills, we also have to understand that the local community, the people, deserve the opportunity to speak up and have input in their local communities. That is the reason why we have local city councils. That is the reason why we have public comments and much more, and there is a process. So for me, it's a balancing act of what is fair to all people, and again, what are we prioritizing? If we are removing all of these safeguards that have been built for so many years, what do we get out of it? And it should be affordability for all people.
I'm glad you brought up homeownership because I did want to ask you about that.
Yes.
To your point, you represent a more suburban district than Senator Wiener, more single-family homes as opposed to multi-unit buildings. A lot of what we're talking about here with streamlining does mean larger complexes, multi-unit. You said that people see homeownership as core to the American dream. Is it time to decouple owning a home from what it means to be prosperous in America?
No, because of the fact that the property that, the property owner still is able to be creating generational wealth, whereas the renter, it's not deed restricted, it's not considered affordable. We have very limited renter protections in so many ways. So for example, one of the efforts that we had this year, myself and our effort, was junk fees. Renters across the board, including seniors who are on fixed incomes, are getting charged a pet fee, a parking fee, a pool fee, a gym fee, a you name it fee, and that starts to add up. And that adding up literally is several $100s more than their actual rent. And what's funny is just recently, I just did a screenshot this morning. It says, when you go and look at an apartment, it says prices shown is base rent, does not include non-optional fees and utilities, right? So people are completely signing these contracts saying, hey, I'm gonna pay $2,000 for a unit, and then they get hit with $500 more in fees that they didn't sign up for. They're never gonna use the gym, they're never gonna potentially swim, they're not gonna do all of these things, and they still have to pay it. And how is that fair and just to the average renter who literally has to find a new unit every single year, causing disruption in their family and community by taking their kid out to find a cheaper unit for their kid to go to a school somewhere that's cheaper for them as a family? That is not fair, and that is what I'm trying to protect against.
Senator Wiener, same question to you. Should homeownership be the goal? Should it be synonymous with prosperity, or do we need to?
I think homeownership should be one of the options that people have. And sometimes we get into these, there's a lot of either ors in this debate. It's either local control or around housing or state control. Whereas I'm like, no, it's a combination of the two. And we were way extreme in local control. We've now rebalanced it to be in the middle. Or it's regulations over the top or no regulations. You're deregulating. I'm like, no. There's plenty of regulations, but we need to have the smart regulations at the right level and not over-regulate. It's either home ownership or renting. The answer is it's both. Some people don't want to own a home, or it just doesn't make sense for them for a variety of reasons. And we should have rental opportunities and make sure they're not getting screwed. And I commend my colleague for pursuing the junk fee bill. I know it was a tough bill. But we also need to have opportunities for people to buy. But buying a home also does not have to mean a detached single-family home with a yard.
Agreed.
It can mean a duplex, a triplex, a condo. I own my very small condo, which is perfect for me. I'm glad I don't have to deal with all of the trials and tribulations of owning like a big home with a yard. But other people, they really want a home with a yard. Great. Sometimes people in the work that we've done around unbanning multi-unit, because California methodically banned multi-unit construction in the vast majority of the state, so we're trying to unban it. They say, you hate single-family homes. I'm like, no, I grew up in a single-family home. They're great. We should have both. And the most famous single-family homes, ownership homes in the world, the Painted Ladies on Alamo Square in San Francisco, if you look right next to them, there's like an 8-story beautiful apartment building, which is all rental. And they all cohabitate and coexist in perfect harmony. And so we can have all of it.
We are running low on time. I knew this would happen, so I want to skip to a future prediction question. So as probably most people in the audience know, we have a new Senate Pro Tem coming in soon, Monique Limon, who has not voted for a lot of these bills, so I think is not somebody that you would put in the camp of a leader like a Scott Wiener or a Buffy Wicks. Come next year, she's going to be the one controlling committee assignments, dictating the flow of legislation. What does the Limon administration mean for housing? Senator Wahab, let's start with you because Senator Wiener was talking last.
Okay. I think that the incoming Senate Pro Tem is a person that is fair and balanced. And I think that they have consistently shown that on tough topics that they will hear input from all stakeholders and give it a fair shake. And I think that both Senator Wiener and I work well with Senator Limon, and we're looking forward to seeing what the new year holds.
Senator Wiener?
Senator Limon and I came into the legislature together. She was elected to the Assembly, and I was elected to the Senate in 2016. And even when we were in different houses, and she was on the Assembly Housing Committee for a number of years. And she does support some bills. So she was not like across the board. And having worked with her now for almost 9 years, she's one of the most thoughtful public servants I know. I'm not just saying that because she's going to be pro tem. She is. I just met with her yesterday about like 4 different issues, and she is incredibly thoughtful. And I agree with my colleague. She is incredibly fair. And I think when you become pro tem, this is what I've never had an interest in being pro tem. We all play different roles. When you're pro tem, you have to, help govern a very diverse caucus, and I know she takes that very, very seriously. And so I'm optimistic, and we have a great pro tem now. Senator McGuire has done a tremendous job, and I'm very optimistic about Senator Limon.
Okay, we only have 1 minute and 30 seconds, so I want to ask you both about redistricting and what you're going to run for once we get these new lines. Just kidding. I think we all know what you're going to run for, Senator.
Those lines didn't change at all. They're identical.
Very briefly, because we really do only have a little over a minute left, the Gimme movement has had a lot of success. We've also seen some local pushback on things like ADUs, lot splits. Is there a risk that you have too much success and then local governments try to roll it back a bit in terms of the housing gains you made?
I don't think so, because I think when you look at the polling, people want to make it easier to build housing. They may then say, well, I'm uncomfortable with this building on my block, and that's human nature. People have that reaction. But I think people understand that if you look like in San Francisco, where there has been a very aggressive push to make it easier to build housing, not just at the state level, but locally. And you look at the result of the Board of Supervisor races last year, in the North Beach Chinatown district, you had Aaron Peskin, who was the biggest, probably one of the biggest NIMBYs in the history of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, being succeeded by a very strong pro-housing supervisor. We also had, that's Danny Saunders, we had, Bilal Mahmoud get elected and defeat an incumbent who's very, very pro-housing. So I think people get it. They may get frustrated from time to time about something in their community, but people understand we need more housing.
Very briefly, Senator Wahab, you've been threatened to be primaried by some YIMBYs on Twitter. You worried?
Well, it's interesting because the people who threaten me are the billionaires that are benefiting from this particular industry and are pushing some of the legislation that I would like to put safeguards around. And that's the honest truth. I think my district sees it for what it is. And the reality is I fully support housing development, but I also have to care for the most vulnerable community members because that's the reason why I chose to run for Senate. So I really just want to put it out there that I think Senator Wiener and I agree in, I want to say 95% of items for the most part. The only difference is I am a renter.
Right.
I am living the struggle. He is a homeowner. There's a clear difference where our experience is. My family's home was foreclosed during the Great Recession. I have lived the housing crisis personally. And it's incredibly important for me to voice the concerns of the renters that don't have lobbyists in this building, that genuinely don't have a voice in this argument, because we know that money speaks, and that's why the billionaires are tweeting.
Okay, that's a great line to end on. Thank you so much, Senator Wahab and Senator Wiener, for giving us some of your time.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We go this way.
All right, thank you for that great conversation on housing affordability. Throughout the day, we're going to be hearing competing visions for California's future. Nothing brings those out like a race for governor, which, despite being more than a year away, is certainly heating up here in the Golden State. Coming up to the stage next is a former Fox News Channel host who has ambitions to be the next Republican governor of California. So please welcome to the stage Steve Hilton for a sit-down interview with California Playbook co-author Dustin Gardner.
Well, the race for California governor in 2026 is just around the corner, and already this is a very crowded, competitive field. I'm here today with Steve Hilton, and we'll just jump right in. Let's talk about the relationship between California and the federal government. President Trump has proposed a wide swath of cuts that would affect the state, from cuts to Medicaid to cuts to premier universities like UCLA. As a Republican, how would you handle that relationship? And do you think you would be able to better negotiate with the president to prevent that sort of cut to the state budget?
Yes. I'll just start by saying, for those who might be slightly terrified by the prospect of a Fox News host coming into this arena and talking about these weighty matters, I also, prior to that, started and ran businesses here in California and back in England. I was senior advisor to British Prime Minister David Cameron, worked in 10 Downing Street. So I've got a range of experience that I bring to bear on this. And I speak not just as a Republican, but a really proud Californian, as well as a proud American. We moved here in 2012. I got my citizenship in 2021. And I say that I'm such a proud Californian because I very much care about the 10th Amendment to our Constitution, which, of course, as we all know, enshrines the idea that policy matters that are not explicitly in the United States Constitution are, quote, reserved to the states respectively or to the people. I've always been a defender of and advocate for the decentralization of power wherever possible. And I think that when I'm governor, we need to recalibrate that relationship. There's way too much federal involvement in all sorts of policy matters, including healthcare, education, and so on, but way beyond the ones that are often in the conversation that we have in national politics that ought to be dealt with here at the state level, really without any federal involvement at all. That's my position, and I would argue that very strongly.
And what is your relationship like with the president? I mean, how do you think you would be able to communicate with him differently? Do you have a personal connection there where he would listen to you more when it comes to protecting state universities or other programs that are on the chopping block?
Yeah, we do have a relationship. I wouldn't overstate the closeness of the relationship, but it's not just the president, of course, in an operational sense. I have good personal relationships with most of the cabinet. I was in D.C. the other week, good meeting with Secretary Duffy and so on. I'm just speaking with Secretary Rollins about the agriculture industry. So I think that I would be a very effective champion for California with the current administration on the basis not just of personal relationships beyond the president, but across the board, including in the cabinet, but with a shared point of view about what we need to do to deliver my focus in this campaign, and which would be my focus as governor, which is lifting up the people who've been hurt the most by the policies we've seen implemented in the last few years, and that's working class people who've been crushed by the impossible cost of every essential, by the impossibility of running a small business and so on. I think that's going to be my focus. That's very much the president's focus. And so I think you're going to have an alignment on those kinds of policy priorities as well.
And you've spoken a lot about sort of just the regulatory climate in California and the idea that overregulation is killing jobs and driving up costs. What would be your first target when it comes to cutting regulations in the state?
I mean, all of it is an absolute nightmare. Look, I speak as someone who, I've been a small business owner. I started and ran restaurants back in the day in England. I've started, as I mentioned earlier, companies on both sides of the Atlantic. And I really feel that pain. I mean, I'm on the road the whole time. I'm meeting with business owners who are just, their spirit of California, which really should be all about enterprise and innovation and that kind of startup hustle, it's being crushed by these regulations. And it's right across the board. The growth of this bloated nanny state bureaucracy, I mean, it's driving the affordability crisis. I know that's a major topic of the conversation, rightly so, here today. And so I think that the answer is there's not a particular, this regulation or that regulation. The entire edifice of bureaucratic bloat that's accumulated, often accidentally, in the sense that no one, I think, sat down and said, right, we're going to build the most cumbersome, intrusive, cost-increasing, soul-destroying bureaucracy anywhere in America. We're going to deliberately do that. I don't think anyone sat down and did that. But this is what happens when you have one-party rule with no real alternative thrown into the mix, legislation passed at a rate that is just astonishing to people in other parts of the world, let alone in other parts of America, just thousands of bills. All of these add to the edifice of regulation. And so what you really have to do is just get in there and have an attitude of, all of it needs to be challenged. I mean, I've argued for a sunsetting of every regulation within 5 years. We really need to understand everything should disappear except for things that we want to keep. Now, that is a difficult thing to achieve. I'm not saying that's easy, but there's not, it's just a mindset of taking on the bureaucratic bloat. And I don't see that right now anywhere on the agenda among the Democrat candidates for governor or in the legislature, frankly.
But is there not like a poster child type regulation that stands out in your mind? You spoke so much about this. I mean, there's got to be something that would be on the chopping block.
Look, I want to take it back to affordability, right? And jobs. Those are the two things you mentioned. So we've got right now in California, we have the highest cost for everything that matters in the entire country. Highest gas prices, highest electricity bills, more than double the national average, highest cost for water, housing, obviously, and so on. And we have the highest unemployment rate in America.
Yeah.
So you see the impact there. Now, when you look at the drivers of those things, the high costs and the difficulty of doing business, I think the number one target, so to give you a more precise answer, would be the climate everything associated with the climate agenda, in particular, the target of net zero by 2045, which is driving so much of this. I mean, why do we have electricity bills that are double what people pay in other parts of the country? It is entirely because of the target of net zero 2045, which is forcing the mandates and subsidies for wind and solar. And I know the argument that people make that actually it's now cheaper. It's not, if you take into account the cost of batteries and transmission from remote solar farms, etc. I mean, I don't want to go too much into the weeds on it, but it's the climate agenda, what I call the climate elitism, because the people who pay the price for this ideological target of net zero 2045 are working class Californians. They're the ones driving 2 or 3 hours every day in their cars and trucks to get to work, paying these insane gas prices that are the highest in the country, driven by the low carbon fuel standard and cap and trade and the refinery regulations, all the rest of it. So if there's one thing that I would dismantle that would make the biggest difference to people's living costs and to the ease of doing business in California, it's the climate agenda. So we have to remove that 2045 target and everything that goes with it.
Let's shift gears here and talk about gerrymandering. You've been very outspoken about opposing the question facing California voters in the fall, and you've talked about the potential cost up to $230 million to the state budget. But what would you say to your own party, for example, to Texas Republicans or Governor Greg Abbott? They're pursuing their own gerrymandering plan that isn't going before voters. What's your message to Republicans in other states?
Well, look, they're following their constitution. Gavin isn't following ours. And that's why this is framed as a constitutional amendment. But I will be filing a lawsuit next week on another aspect of the constitutionality that hasn't been addressed on the Texas. No, on the Texas
yeah,
point,
do you think it's justified?
I totally agree that politicians shouldn't draw their own maps. 100%. Anywhere, not just in California, but in Texas. Totally agree with that. And so, but let's remember something. In this conversation, often the point is made that, oh, well, California has independent redistricting. We voted for it in 2008 and 2010, Citizens Districting Commission, independent districts, and so on. Well, yes, that's nominally what we have, but if you look at what actually exists in California today, we are grossly gerrymandered today in California. The point's been made many times. We have, even in you take the average Republican statewide vote over the last 20 years, it's just over 40%. Let's call it 40% Republican vote in California. Republicans have 17% of the House seats. If you look at the numbers of votes it takes to elect a Republican to Congress in California compared to electing a Democrat vote in California today for the House of Representatives today, even before this further gerrymandering, a Democrat vote is worth 3 times as much as a Republican vote. Roughly 200,000 or so votes to elect a Democrat to the House, around over 600,000 to elect a Republican. That's today. And now, to make it even more gerrymandered to the point where for 40% of the votes, Republicans would have 6% of the seats, and a Democrat vote would be worth 8 times a Republican vote. How is that in any world fair or reasonable? It's not.
And so it sounds like what you're saying is the existing independent redistricting commission that you think they haven't been fair. They've gerrymandered the map.
They have. It's obvious. You can see it by the results. I mean, I'm sure they would argue that they did the best that they could, but if you look at the process, and I've spoken to people who've been involved in the process, the lawyers that they hired, the people that they hired to do the maps and all the rest of it, and you could also criticize the Republican Party perhaps for not fighting more strongly. I don't know. I wasn't here then, but I think that you just look at the results, look at the outcome of what's happened, it is absolutely clear that we already have a highly gerrymandered map here in California, and now the idea that we make it even worse, I think is completely unacceptable.
You're comparing the percentage of statewide Republican votes in a statewide election to individual district elections. I mean, is that outright?
No, it shouldn't be. No, it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be directly proportional. We don't have proportional representation. I agree with that point. But I'm going to go back to the Constitution. Both the state Constitution and the federal Constitution both have an equal protection clause. And if you look at all the case law, you look at both the language of the constitutions and the case law associated with this particular issue, the Equal Protection Clause, insofar as it relates to districting and maps, is very clear that the principle there is one person, one vote. And one person, one vote has been interpreted repeatedly in case law to mean that districts should have roughly equal populations so that votes have roughly equal weight. And we don't have that in California. And with these maps, where they're doing it without any kind of reference to population movements, I mean, look, there's been a lot of population movements in California since the last census, millions of people leaving the state, driven out by the high costs and the hassle of living here. You've had lots of migration within the state, people leaving cities and so on. None of that is taken account of in these new maps. And so that violates the principle of one person, one vote, equal value, and that's the basis of the argument that I'll be bringing next week.
Let's move on to public safety. You were a supporter of Proposition 36, the ballot measure that increased penalties for a lot of theft and drug-related crimes. Quite a few Democrats supported that bill as well, but the state has, since that was adopted, not put funding towards implementing the law.
Yes.
But on the flip side of that, crime is going down in a lot of cities. Major cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco have seen their crime stats go down for the last several years. Do you think it's still necessary for there to be a more aggressive crackdown with heightened penalties, given that crime is on the decline in so many places?
Well, so first of all, let's just remember that most Democrats opposed Prop 36, including Gavin. And just to be specific on where we are with the implementation, I think that, I mean, this is an oversimplification, but part of Prop 36 was about penalties and the criminal justice aspect, and the other part was about treatment for addiction and mental health and so on. And it's that part that has not been implemented and funded properly. And I think that is a real scandal, particularly when we were told that there's no money for Prop 36 for mental health and for addiction treatment, but suddenly there's $250 million for redistricting. Look, on crime more broadly, I think that all the evidence, and I've worked on this issue for 30 plus years, all the evidence that's ever been conducted in terms of research on this shows that the most important factor for getting where we want, which is just lower crime, less crime, for deterring crime from happening in the first place, the most important factor is the certainty of punishment, rather than necessarily the scale of the punishment or the nature of it. It's the guarantee that if you commit a crime, you're going to be apprehended, you're going to be prosecuted, and you will be held accountable. It's the certainty of that is most important. But that's what's been eroded over the years. Now look, it's a very decentralized issue. Of course, you have mayors and sheriffs and police chiefs and so on. There's a lot of dispersed authority over crime, which is quite right. I agree with that. In terms of what the governor could do and what's happening at the state level, I think the number one factor here has been the prison closure program. Because as a result of 4 state prisons being closed, the 5th about to be closed, what you've seen is a combination of dangerous, violent criminals being released early, fiddling around with the parole criteria in order to get people out, and perhaps even worse than that, being transferred to county jails, which are totally overcrowded, in totally inhumane ways, in barbaric ways often, because, I was talking to a sheriff the other week in one of our counties, and he was explaining to me that basically, he said half the people in his jails, in his county jails, have severe mental health problems. So it connects to the other part of this issue, which is because we're not providing adequate mental health treatment, we're ending up treating people who should in jails, and they're overcrowded, and the whole thing is a mess. So I think one thing that we can do in order to guarantee that certainty of punishment and accountability, but also rehabilitation, because that's another part of what people should be, what should be happening in our prisons in our lives, is rehabilitation. You can't rehabilitate prisoners if they're so overcrowded and so on. And so I think we need to expand, we need to reverse the prison closure program, expand prison capacity so that we can deliver that kind of accountability and rehabilitation.
So we only have time for about one more question, but we were talking backstage about how affordability has really been the core of a lot of your campaign message.
Yes.
But the reality is, you're running in a very blue state that hasn't elected a Republican statewide since 2006 when Arnold Schwarzenegger won a second term. What is your strategy to break through as a Republican in a state where that is just the track record?
Yeah, look, I mean, I see that this is not an easy job, but look, people in the state are desperate for change. You look at the polling, it's been very consistent. Big majority of Californians say, look, we can't go on like this. The state's heading in the wrong direction. The last poll I saw, 60% or so on that number. And even if you don't accept the argument for change, I think people agree. I see this all the time when I speak to Democrat and independent, less political audiences, that it's not healthy to have one party rule for so long. It is just not healthy. Let's have a bit of balance in our mix. Whatever else happens in the governor's race next year, and I'm very confident that I'll be in the top 2 and then win in November. I know probably there's a lot of skepticism about that here, but I think the Democrat establishment in this town and in this state have got a shock coming next year, a real shock, because people really want change. And I think that, however, when I deliver the change in terms of this race, you're still going to have Democrat control in the state legislature. You're still going to have Democrats in control in our largest counties and our cities. That doesn't look like it's going to change. So we're going to have a bit of balance. And I think that is healthy in any democracy. And I think it's an argument that I think will be increasingly powerful as more attention focuses on this race as we move into next year. And I'm very confident that we can make this state what it should be, which is the absolute best of America, the best place to start and raise a family, to start and run a business. As the theme of my campaign is to make this beautiful state truly golden again. That's the plan, and I think people are really going to be responding to it next year.
Okay, Steve Hilton, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Great chatting with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next in our lineup, we originally planned a sit-down interview with Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco. Unfortunately, he had to cancel to stay back in Riverside County due to an ongoing investigation. So please allow me to bring to the stage next, Politico's head of California business, Lynn Fine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lynn Fine, and I lead Politico's California business. And it's a true privilege to be here with you today as someone born and raised here in the state to tell you a little bit more about our continued investment in California. California is setting the tone for the nation's biggest debates, and we know that many of you are on the front lines of these stories. Our mission at Politico is simple: to bring you quality journalism on politics, policy, and power, and to give you the tools you need to help you shape the story as it's unfolding. We do that in 3 ways. The first of those ways is through our fantastic reporters, many of whom you saw on stage today, and who give you amazing reporting through our newsletters, such as California Playbook. Our team is on the ground here every day, not just breaking news, but also explaining what matters. We are the only newsroom that's currently tripling in the state, and we are trying to set ourselves up to meet the moment and to ensure that local journalism in California is unmatched. This is our dedication to covering the issues that are important to all of you. We do this in 3 different ways. Okay, the first of those ways is really through our incredible reporting team, who I already mentioned. The second of those ways is through our premium news and policy intelligence platform named Politico Pro. So with Pro, you actually get 3 times the reporting and analysis behind the paywall. You also get real-time tracking tools to be able to follow legislation and regulation and stay 1 step ahead. If this is of interest to any of you, please feel free to check out our demo table. It's right through those doors to the left. The third way that we do this, and the third kind of sign of really our commitment to helping organizations like you all, is through our media solutions team. Our Media Solutions team helps organizations continue to shape the story. And the way that we do that is through advertising and sponsorship. Through these partnerships, you all are able to amplify your key messages to the Politico audience at scale, and you're able to connect directly with the people who matter. California is making history. And through Politico, you don't just follow it, you get to help shape it. Thank you so much for supporting local journalism and for being here with us today.
All right, thank you so much, Lynn. So the program is only going to build from here. We have sessions coming up on AI and redistricting, and we have sit-down interviews with Katie Porter, Xavier Becerra, and Gavin Newsom. But now, please enjoy a brief networking break, and the program will resume at 2:50.
Never leave
Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly.
I'm well on my way to my dreams coming true, and I'm getting to do it with you. And it feels so nice when the people sing along. They're singing along with the banjo. Did I take it all back, take it all back, take it all back? I take it all back just to have you. Yeah. And I day we might have a big house with nice cars and fancy clothes and a wife with a big old diamond ring. Cause the people, they're dancing along to the mando. It's some sort of hip-hop beat. But I take it all back, take it all back, take it all back, take it all back just to have you. And I take it all back, take it all back, take it all back, I take it all back just to have you. I'm waking up. 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 And I take it all back, take it all back, take it all back. I take it all back just to have you. And I take it all back, take it all back, take it all back, take it all back just to have you.
Welcome to Politico Sacramento Summit, the California Agenda.
All right, welcome back, everybody, from our short break. As the host of the Politico Tech podcast, I'm especially excited to welcome our next panel, all about the AI agenda here in California. California Tech editor Emma Anderson is going to lead that discussion, and coming onto the stage with her will be San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan, Assembly Member Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, and Carnegie Endowment for International Peace President Tony Cuellar.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Emma Anderson, as Stephen said, and also very excited as the California Tech editor to be having this discussion with these great panelists today. You know, we're here in California, obviously the home of tech, really globally, and it's also been the home of not just the innovation here, but some of the most novel and sometimes toughest laws when it comes to regulating the tech sector. And that has really become a big question nationally, as well as we've seen a move in Washington to actually freeze state AI legislation. And that's kind of raised this question of what does that mean for California? Will it continue to be kind of a leader in its ambitions in regulating AI and other technologies? So to start with that, I'd like to start with a question for you, Assembly Member. As someone who's written a number of bills on AI this session, from deepfakes to data centers to AI decision-making, what is your message to those in Congress like Ted Cruz and President Donald Trump, who have talked about stopping state AI legislation, saying it's too restrictive for and complicated for the industry?
I'd say that we invite you to protect Californians and every American. And in the absence of that, they need to let states do what we do best, which is protect our people. And they haven't done so, and they haven't passed legislation that relates to privacy or anything of the sort in a very long time. They've tried, it has never made it across the finish line, and so the states continue to lead. And the AI moratorium that got very close, but then you saw fail spectacularly in a bipartisan way, was an effort to end policy that every American wants, whether it be deepfakes, non-consensual pornography, privacy. These are values that Americans enjoy and that many states have taken steps to protect, and they would have taken that away from people. And that is a huge step, and one that I think is both unnecessary and frankly dangerous.
And Mayor Mahan, as you know, obviously coming from the capital of Silicon Valley, what do you think about that? I mean, do you agree? Should California lawmakers, push back, or is there a way to engage at all with Washington, and especially something like Trump's AI action plan that is calling for boosting the industry in different ways?
Well, I think both are needed. I'm coming from a different perspective than most elected officials in the sense that most of my career was in the private sector and specifically in the startup world, building consumer internet apps. So I've sort of seen the other side of the innovation economy. I think the Assembly member's right that there's absolutely a role for common sense regulation that protects people, particularly in line with long-standing principles around privacy protection, anti-fraud mechanisms, national security. I mean, we have existing bodies of regulatory law for a reason. The question is how to adapt them without undermining our ability to continue to lead in the innovation economy. So the truth is we need both. I think there are areas where we should take a precautionary principle, particularly around children. I know there's some legislation in Sacramento thinking about how do we make sure our kids are safe. On the other hand, I don't think we should simply try to be the state that takes the lead in AI regulation. I think we also want to take the lead in AI innovation and investment and economic growth. And that's more of the side at the local level that I focus on is how do we drive economic development, good jobs, innovation for our economy, but also bring it into the public sector to deliver public sector services better. So the truth is we need both. The real question is down in the nuance of where do we regulate and where do we step back and actually allow innovation to drive things and kind of monitor.
Do you see anything specifically in Trump's AI action plan that a place like San Jose could benefit from?
Look, one thing I think the Trump administration has highlighted that I agree with is the emphasis on global competitiveness and the importance of energy supply. One of the things in San Jose that we've embraced, in fact, we've really worked hard over the last 2.5 years since I came into this office to reset our relationship with PG&E to make sure that we're collaborating to understand when new large load customers are looking in our market. We're speeding up permitting. We are working together to make sure PG&E is upgrading our grid infrastructure so we can handle new load. We are poised to add what could be up to triple our current energy use in the city of San Jose, thanks to new transmission lines and grid upgrades. That could be within the next 5 years that capacity comes online. So again, on the growth side, there's the precautionary principle, how do we keep people safe? And then there's the innovation and economic competitiveness side. Energy is a fundamental necessity and potential barrier to our growth and competitiveness. And frankly, California has been, in my view, not friendly enough to growth and investment in recent decades. And that's something we're trying to change in San Jose. We're saying we're upgrading infrastructure, we have power coming online, we're streamlining permits, we want investment in advanced manufacturing, data centers to happen in San Jose, in California, because if we don't have that investment here, we can regulate all we want. The important decisions will be made by innovators in other states and even other countries.
I want to speak a little bit more on that with data centers. Assemblymember, you have a bill on data centers that has more reporting requirements. But part of the concerns that have come up around data centers is also around affordability. We've seen reports in certain states that people have been saying that energy bills are going up because of data centers. And as we all well know in California, energy bills are a big concern. We had a poll recently with our partners with Politico showing that people are really concerned about affordability. I mean, how does California grapple with that?
Yeah, I want to say that I agree with so much of what the mayor said. I think, I'm a daughter of Silicon Valley. I was born and raised in Silicon Valley. My dad was one of the founders. I grew up in the labs. I've seen innovation firsthand, like very few in the world have, and I believe deeply in it. And I think that California will continue to lead, and in large part that's because of our amazing academic institutions and the talent that we produce here in California. But we also need an environment that invites it and that is friendly. And when I introduced the bill, which really focuses on our own as a state grid planning. So we are in the process of turning over to 100% clean energy. As a result, we're looking at how do we put more energy on the grid? How do we plan transmission as a state? We're looking at regionalization and how do we become more better partners with our neighboring states? we realized there was this big chunk of energy coming onto the grid that at the state level, we didn't understand. When I went and met with the CEC and I said, what numbers are you using to decide what the data centers are going to draw, what the growth is going to be, such that we're building the grid in the way we need to? There weren't answers to that question. And so I'm a data-driven person. I thought we needed that data. When I introduced the bill and when I started to meet with folks prior to introduction, I thought this was going to be something that industry was actually very supportive of, because to the mayor's point, these data centers cannot succeed without the energy resources that we as a state are trying to provide. And in order to provide the right resources, we need the right information. I've received a lot of pushback on that bill, which has been an interesting journey. But I think it relates to the second part of the bill that you alluded to, but part of it is just making sure we have a grid that keeps the lights on for every Californian and every data center. The data centers aren't successful either if they go down. But then the second piece of the bill does address this question of who should be paying the price. And as large energy users come on the grid, there's more demand. The way our pricing works is the more demand there is on the grid, the higher the price of energy. And so the question then becomes, as we put more energy on our grid, is it everyday Californians, everyday ratepayers who should be bearing the burden of that cost? Or is it the companies that are making a lot of money? And as far as I'm concerned, it's not everyday Californians, that should be borne by the entities that are using that energy. They should continue to thrive, but they shouldn't be hardworking Californians that are subsidizing them.
Go ahead.
We have to get the judge in.
Yes.
It's okay, y'all are doing pretty well. Maybe I shouldn't interrupt.
I would note, and it's not necessarily in disagreement, but just to add context, it is worth noting just a couple of things. One is we've found in San Jose through our analysis that each new data center, and in California, unlike many other states that frankly are eating our lunch in this space, we effectively cap data centers at 99 megawatts. So that is a regulatory decision we've made, that we make it significantly harder to build data centers above 99 megawatts in California. Even at 99 megawatts, one data center for the city alone generates $6 million in general fund revenue every year. It's a multiple of that for our school districts and for the state. There's a lot of value capture there. Remember, we capture the property and sales taxes. There's also equipment being swapped out on a pretty frequent cycle of 5 to 10 years that we capture a tax on. There's a tremendous amount of tax revenue that can go into energy efficiency upgrades, sustainability upgrades, infrastructure, education, and make sure that that growth is actually a benefit to everyone because the economy is growing. It's also worth noting that one of the main reasons that the cost of power in Texas is about half the cost per kilowatt hour of California is that they have more consistent demand. Their curve is more consistent because they're inefficient, but they're running heaters and AC year round. It's either really hot or really cold. Our challenge is the spikiness of our grid. And so there's a lot of analysis out there that shows that it is not simply the case that adding data centers is going to drive up costs. Unit costs may actually come down because of economies of scale, because the load is consistent. The data center draws that power consistently across the day, which actually gives you a stability and economy of scale that you don't get with our current demand load, where everything spikes in the evening for 25 days out of the year, which drives all the inefficiency in the system. So I think there's a lot more detail to this that is worth looking at, and that we should be really careful about not pushing all of this investment and growth out of state. I'm really concerned we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot.
If I could just, what are you saying in terms of your thoughts about the Assembly member's bill and her approach?
I'm not opposed to some reporting. I do think we need to be careful about singling out specific industries. We're seeing a lot of growth in advanced manufacturing, robotics, a lot of other sectors, so I would not just focus on data centers, but reporting can be a very legitimate thing that the state requires. I would just say every gigawatt of new demand that we serve has the potential to actually reduce costs on a per unit basis for everybody else by 1% because you're getting economies of scale and efficiencies out of that consistent use. So I want to be careful to not buy into this narrative that data centers are going to just put all this burden on the community. We think from a tax perspective and a unit cost reduction, this may actually be one of the best economic opportunities the state has had in decades. And I just want to make sure we don't, out of fear, end up accidentally pushing it elsewhere. And there's a lot of headwinds we have created to having this investment happen at scale in California. We risk sending the innovation economy out of state if we aren't careful.
And I do want to come to you, former Justice Cuellar, because you just had a report, you were part of Governor Newsom's AI expert panel, and it specifically said it wasn't going into data centers, but that this was an area that needed to be explored. Do you see a report of that kind specifically for data centers for this really big topic we're discussing?
Rebecca, first of all, it's a great honor to be up here with these terrific public servants. I notice I'm between the two of them, so I'll try to say something that's adequately nuanced. Let's just say, let me start with a very big picture, okay? So 2 facts about the world that are important for Californians to keep in mind. One is that everything that we take for granted here, those lights, the ability to take our kids to get medical care, the fact that we can feed so much of the world with our agriculture, depends on science and innovation. I think it's a fact. And if I think about the world my grandfather lived in, which had very little clean water, where people struggled to get calories in their stomach, that is a world that has been changed by some of the science and innovation here in California. By the same token, I think it's a fact that scientific and technical progress depends not only on ideas, it also depends on larger political communities feeling like they have some stake in it and benefit from it. So the day-to-day realities of how individual Californians are affected by electric bills, by the practical, environmental, even aesthetic impact of a giant data center next to them, all of that matters. So from that perspective, I think the approach we took in the AI report is one that could work more broadly. You know, it's up to the governor and others to see what they think makes sense. But I would say it was an approach that was partly about, let's take away the noise, the arguments, the polarization, and look at what the science tells us, what the technical experts tell us, but also what history tells us. How it is that in California we've harnessed the benefits of aviation, of medical devices, of cars, how we've pushed particulate matter pollution down using smart regulation over 2 or 3 generations, right? I don't want to think about how it was to raise kids in LA in the 1970s with all that lead in the air. And then come up with a general framework. And now let's talk about the details. And the details, of course, the nuances are all about what the legislature does, what you do at the city level. But let's start with the basic vision.
Do you see, though, room for kind of a new report? Or, you know, you talked about the governor's current report, and we are going to have a new governor soon, going into an election year. Should that new governor continue the work of your AI expert panel? Would you like to see another report?
I certainly think that the basic approach we took is a sound one, because it harnessed a lot of the knowledge we have here in California, took seriously the practical problems, and then came up with some very commonsensical approaches that I think balance a lot of the concerns. One, when you scale a technology that has this much potential to change the world, to make life better, but also to introduce new dangers, have a plan to deal with it at the level of the different firms, and then have those plans be transparent enough that the world can understand them and hold folks accountable about them, protect whistleblowers. Like these kinds of things I think are basic common sense. You can literally put them in a postcard, but it isn't command and control top down. And I think that general balance approach that is about trust but verify ends up making a big difference, whether you're talking about data centers or about AI models or something else.
And speaking about those risks that you mentioned, one of the big topics that we've been seeing a lot more, and we see bipartisan support for discussing the risks, is the risks to kids, as you mentioned before as well. You have a bill, the Lead for Kids Act, specifically about AI-generated chatbots, and we've seen that becoming a bigger concern with how teens are interacting. There is just that report on Meta and its guidelines allowing chatbots to have certain interactions with kids. What's your impression, though, with working with industry? Because that has gotten a lot of pushback, even though this is something that, again, we've seen through polling has bipartisan support.
You know, I think
stash the cable.
We are all, in a lot of ways, aligned in how we feel about this. And as parents, I think we walk around the world believing that our kids deserve, and in many cases have, higher levels of protection than grown-ups do. They can't buy alcohol. They can't drive a car. They can't, smoke tobacco if they want. These are things we as government have said are not acceptable for our children because we know that their brains are still developing and the risk is different for them. And so that is bipartisan. That is agreed. Child sexual assault material is now being created in new ways and distributed in ways that are faster and easier than they were just a few years ago. That is not okay. And I think we all agree about that. And so it's a space I think that we can legislate in and say, we want innovation. We want California to lead the way. I think, hopefully we'll get to, we don't have much time, but the mayor is using AI in ways that are incredibly exciting. I mean, reducing traffic in your city, that's the perfect AI application. But handing my child, my teenager who doesn't have a fully developed prefrontal cortex, a chatbot, handling a child that doesn't yet know the Easter Bunny isn't real, a chatbot, and expecting them to know the difference between a person and that chatbot, that's not necessarily the use case where we want move fast and break things. We want move fast and break things when you're solving problems for the world. I was on a call this morning talking about how we're going to reduce maternal mortality for women of color using AI that uses better data to decide when these outcomes happen, and they're testing and making sure there's no bias in the system in really important ways. But it's going to make potentially for better outcomes for people. That's amazing. But when we see reports like we saw this week of a young man taking his own life after ChatGPT coached him how to do it, and week after week told him not to tell his brother, not to tell his mom, never reported it like a teacher would or a loved one, getting him the help he needed, there's a moment to stop and say, you know what? We're moving too fast with our children. That's not where we're going to experiment on AI. We're going to protect them, and we're going to go out and experiment on the rest.
And I guess looking ahead again to 2026 and having a new governor, if before then there is this push in Washington to freeze state AI laws, or the current governor vetoes certain the laws on AI, could the next governor face an AI problem, and what does that look like?
Can I just say, I think it is a lot harder than people sometimes realize to truly freeze state-level AI lawmaking. Let's explain why, just very briefly. If you take away entitlements, defense spending, and national debt service, like 87% of all spending is state and local, right? If you think about policing, notwithstanding what's happening with the National Guard, education, insurance, these are giant state and local functions. So to my mind, I would be very surprised if the appetite in Washington to truly wipe away the state's ability to deal with these core issues and their implications for AI, which increasingly is everywhere, would actually garner support. But I think you're right that the next governor is going to have to handle that deftly and effectively be able to try to say two things that I think I've heard at this panel. One is California protects its people, takes seriously that reality, but the other is California is being careful not to overdo it so that we can remain the epicenter of this technology.
Mayor Mahan, what do you think, what do you see as for the next governor?
Well, one thing and I appreciate the Assembly members' shout out there on bus route optimization and agree with your comments on protecting our kids. I think that makes a ton of sense. I hope that our next governor prioritizes bringing this private sector innovation into the delivery of public sector services. And I think we have to be very clear with our public sector workforce. This is not about replacing humans, it's about augmenting and improving our jobs and automating certain tasks that are often the most routine, boring, least fulfilling aspects of jobs. It will change the nature of work, but we need to be proactive about it. And we're trying to do that in San Jose. We helped stand up something called the GovAI Coalition, that is a coalition of over 700 public agencies, federal, state, county, and city level. And really it's a platform for sharing vendor data and our assessment of the quality of different vendors and how well they protect privacy, different use cases. We've begun to share use cases like bus route optimization, where we have sped up our public buses by over 20%.
Wow.
Without having to add more drivers and more buses and more cost. We have brought real-time language translation in dozens of languages into every public meeting without having to increase our budget because it's so low cost. We've improved on Google Translate for Vietnamese language translation in all public documents because we have the largest Vietnamese population outside of any city in anywhere but Vietnam, in any one city. We've done early object detection where we're now putting sensors on city vehicles so we can proactively detect potholes, streetlights that are out, graffiti, lived-in vehicles, and figure out how to automate service delivery to get out faster to issues that are emerging on our streets. There are so many possibilities. I haven't even got into the custom GPTs we're building to help us with grant writing and analysis at the desk jobs in City Hall that are making many of our workers 10, 20, 30% more productive. There is an opportunity here for our next governor and the legislature to really push to bring this in and do AI upskilling for our public sector workforce and empower them with these new tools to actually reinvent the way that they work and get more value per dollar of taxpayer money. And so we're doing it in San Jose. I think there's a long way to go, and I hope it's something that California can lead on.
And I know we're running out of time, but Assemblymember, I'd love to hear as well, what would you like to see for the next governor? Or what is the AI problem potential?
You know, I'm optimistic that this governor will sign a lot of our AI legislation, but maybe I'm biased because I wrote many of them. You know, I do think that we will start to get ahead of this problem in ways that aren't fear-based, that are smart, and that do address the issues that everyday Californians want us to address for them in the near term. I don't want this to be like social media, where 10 years we look down the line, our kids are suffering, our democracy is falling, and we're saying what we should have done. And so I think now is the time to do some of it, but I think the point is well made. You know, City Attorney David Chu just used AI to figure out which reports were unnecessary that they were spending time on. There's such good applications, and I would like to see the state doing more of that, but I also want to hit the point that the power of California procurement is something we don't talk about enough. When we procure these systems, when we decide how California is going to use them, when we sign these contracts, we get to write the rules. Not through legislation, not through regulation, but by saying these are the values of California, this is how we want you to test, this is what we want you to produce, this is the way you're going to protect Californians as you produce these things, and we should be doing that. And I just had a hearing yesterday with the CSU that rolled out a huge AI opportunity for students, and they missed that opportunity. And I hope that they correct that, because through that contracting, they could have demanded certain things that would have protected the health and well-being of our young people in California, would have changed the way we saw delivery of AI to students. And again, not through regulation, but by demanding it in our own procurement of products. So I think that's something I would really like the governor to focus on moving forward.
Well, thank you all so much. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but very lively discussion, so I appreciate it. And if you want to read more about California tech, innovation, legislation, and AI, please read California Decoded, our Politico Pro newsletter. And again, thank you all so much.
All right, thank you so much. Coming up in our program, we're going to have 2 sit-down interviews with former U.S. Representative Katie Porter and former California Attorney General Xavier Becerra. Before that, up next on stage, please welcome Maria Garcia, the Managing Director of the Consumer Banking Division at JPMorgan Chase, for executive remarks.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying thank you to Politico for convening this summit. We definitely are privileged to be part of these important conversations. JPMorgan Chase has proudly supported the state of California for over 135 years, and we will continue to invest in its future. California is not just a place that we do business. It really is home to 16,700 employees, 1.3 million small business clients, and 13.5 consumer banking clients. And as the divisional director of the Consumer and Community Bank at JPMorgan Chase here in California, and as a native Californian, born and raised, I am also always looking to see how the bank can show up for all of the Californian communities. And some of the ways we do that is leveraging the strength of the bank, its resources, its expertise, and its data insight to be able to bolster communities and really advance an inclusive economy. We recently opened 75 community banking centers, such as the Crenshaw Community Center and the Oakland Community Center. And at these centers, we host workshops, events, we do skill builds, and we do pop-ups for small businesses. We also have, all in all, we have over 875 branches and 3,100 ATMs throughout the state. And we have leveraged this large footprint that has allowed us to conduct 6,200 financial health workshops, 1,600 of those this year alone. We truly believe that financial health is really the foundation to a resilient household, a resilient community, and an economy. As a matter of fact, we have community managers that on a consistent basis are hosting financial workshops. And some of the topics include understanding credit, utilizing savings, and a really important topic these days of how to protect against fraud and scams. And so while we realize that educating consumers on fraud and scams and what to look for in red flags is only the tip of the iceberg, because we know that a lot of this criminal activity or these schemes originate overseas. And lately, they've been using a lot of AI tools and technologies to make their deceptive practices seem credible to our consumers. But we have doubled down at JPMorgan Chase, and we've increased security measures. We use advanced technologies like AI, machine learning. We have data encryption, as well as data encryption and other security measures to be able to really protect our customers' money. If you look at our efforts on a national basis, we were able to protect our clients from losing $12 billion in fraud attempts, and that is huge. And while that is a step in the right direction, we know that frauds and scams is a growing problem, it's a challenge, and it's complex. So we definitely are encouraged by the efforts that California lawmakers are focused on this issue, including the recent State Senate hearing, the State Senate Banking and Financial Institutions Hearing Committee on Technology and International Fraud Rings that were targeting California. At JPMorgan Chase, we continue to be a resource for California lawmakers as they engage social media, telecom companies, financial institutions, and others in really a cross-sector of solving this issue, whole government, private, public sector approach to this issue. We would like to say that it's really going to take all of us to be able to solve through this issue. And at JPMorgan Chase, we are prepared to be part of that solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Maria. Thank you, JPMorgan Chase, for your sponsorship. So now we'll have two interviews, the first of which is with a former California Attorney General, former head of the Department of Health and Human Services, but who's now looking to add a new title to his resume, and that's governor. So in conversation with senior political reporter Melanie Mason, please welcome to the stage Xavier Becerra.
Hello everyone. I am Melanie Mason. I am the senior politics reporter here in California for Politico. We have so much ground to cover, Secretary, so let's just get into it. Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you.
So this is a weird time to run for governor because between waiting on Kamala Harris to decide what she was going to do and now with redistricting, the governor's face has felt frozen. So how do you get people to pay attention to your campaign?
Well, if you want to continue to have a democracy and you want to have the state that's leading in that effort to preserve democracy, we better know who the next governor will be. If you want to continue to be the economic engine of the country, but somehow figure out how to make sure the fourth largest economy can share that prosperity with every family in California, then you want to know who's going to be the next governor.
So earlier today, our David Siders was talking to Senator Padilla if he was jumping in the governor's race and asking, and he didn't say no. So what's your reaction to that?
My sense is he's got his eye on the prize, the way we all should have, and that's November 4th, the redistricting initiative, making sure we don't let Trump do a hostile takeover of democracy and make sure California votes count in Washington, D.C. And if that's what's going to happen, I am all with him. We've been partners for a long, long time, friends for ages, and I look forward to serving with him as governor and he as senator.
Let's say he does jump into the race. What do you offer that Senator Padilla does not?
It's not so much what he doesn't offer or any of the other candidates who are in it. It's what I offer that is right for California today. As I like to say to folks, it's not the bark that counts, it's the bite. And you need to know how to bite. I think for the last 3 decades, I've been learning how to bite as a member of Congress for 24 years, as our Attorney General during Trump 1, when we took him on because he was trying to violate the law against our state and our values. And over 120 times, I had to sue the guy to make sure he didn't touch California. And we succeeded in most of those lawsuits. Bite. When we took over at HHS, we were in the midst of the worst pandemic any of us has ever experienced. We were losing thousands of Americans every day. We were trying to give vaccines to everyone in the country. By the time we left, not only had we gotten some 700 million COVID shots into the arms of Americans, never once having to pay for any of those COVID shots. Find out what's going to happen this fall if you get a COVID shot now for free. But at the same time, after nosediving in the number of Americans who were losing their jobs and, of course, their health insurance, and seeing health insurance coverage tanking, by the time we left, we had hit record levels of Americans with health insurance coverage, never reached before. More than 300 million of us had health insurance coverage by the time we left office.
I think you just alluded to this. You have been very critical of your successor in HHS, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And especially as he's been shrinking the department, he's gone after vaccines. We've seen just now that the current head of the Centers for Disease Control has just been sacked. So there's a lot that I'm sure you don't like about federal healthcare policy right now. But at the same time, RFK Jr. has championed causes like banning artificial dyes in food or just overhauling our nation's food system. And these are sort of causes that I think used to be really associated with liberals in California. Do you think there's any areas where RFK Jr. is right?
Oh, undoubtedly. I think all of us want to get so many of those chemicals that are in the food that we eat out that aren't unnecessary. We'd like to get more of the sodium out of the products that we eat. Why is it that if you buy a bag of potato chips in the U.S., and you go to Europe and all of a sudden you buy the same bag, or you think it's the same bag, you find that it has probably about 40 or 50% less sodium in it than the same bag in the US. There are things we can all agree on, but I cannot agree with the current HHS secretary that it's okay to take $1 trillion out of the Medicaid program, which serves most of the folks working or not working who need that help. And when you realize that more than 50% in California of the births in California are covered through Medicaid, what we call Medi-Cal, and that more than 60% of the funding that we use in Medicaid, what we call Medi-Cal, goes to help our seniors and our folks with disabilities in nursing homes, you realize what $1 trillion means when it's no longer going to be there.
Well, that actually cues me up perfectly for my next question, which, look, in some ways, the good news for you as the former health secretary is that healthcare is going to be a major rallying point for Democrats in the coming year, precisely because of this bill that you talked about, these cuts to Medicaid. But the bad news is that these cuts will blow a hole in the state budget. So if you're governor, let's cut to the chase. Would you support a tax increase to offset those losses?
Let's cut right to the chase. First, I will be California's healthcare governor. Healthcare will be on the 2026 ballot. And there is no way that we are going to go backwards when it comes to healthcare, because healthcare is not a commodity. If you've got a child who is in need of a doctor or perhaps a hospital, you don't say, I'm going to substitute my child's need for a hospital with something else. You need it, and you're going to get it. Now, the worst part is if you can't pay for it, and that's what you're talking about. How do we pay for it? Well, we're going to have to find a way, because the last and worst thing we can do is tell that doctor, that hospital, that medical clinic, you must provide the care. But guess what? We no longer will provide help in paying for it, so you're going to have to absorb that cost. It's bad for the patient, but it's worse for the people we depend on to provide the care. I'm not going to abandon the providers who are helping our sickest, our poorest, and those who don't have insurance. We're going to figure out a way. How are you going to do that? You just have no choice. That's what I had to do when the president said to me, save lives when we were in the midst of the COVID pandemic. I had to figure out how we got vaccines to people. Folks who were like us were getting vaccinated. But folks who weren't getting vaccinated were folks who were poor, who had 2 jobs, who didn't have transportation. How did we get them vaccinated? We didn't do things with business as usual. We went to them. I told my team, we're not waiting for them to come to us. We're going to them. And we did it. And by the way, 4 years in a row, I balanced my budget. By the way, a budget which is twice as big as the Department of Defense's budget, which, by the way, is 5 times bigger than the budget of the state of California.
But I want to just drill down on this. Is, as we figure this out, in order to maintain that level of coverage that you say is necessary, is more revenue on the table for you?
Yeah, everything should be on the table, whether it's revenue, and there will be cuts. Let me tell you, we have a high-class healthcare system that's very inefficient, that pays a lot of people who do nothing about actually giving you care. You talk to the physicians and the nurses today, and their salaries have gone up over the decades, but not as much as the administrators, not as much as the middlemen who do nothing about actually providing you with care. There is a lot of extra fat in the system, and right now, when times are tough, rather than try to make cuts to care, we can make cuts within the sector that don't do anything about helping a patient have better health outcomes.
You have been pretty critical of Governor Newsom's decision to roll back some health care coverage for people who are in the country illegally. The governor's office has said that the costs of that expansion were far higher than what they originally expected. Did the state get over its skis by expanding Medi-Cal to undocumented people?
The state may have gotten over its skis in the way it portrayed the expanded access, or the way it thought it would play out. But let's not be fooled. When people don't have access to care, it will not be cheap when they finally get to enter through the door. But what's worse and more expensive is if you never let them walk through the door, because then they don't use the door of that family care physician. They won't use the door of that community health clinic. They will use the side door of that emergency room, which is the most expensive way to do care. There's nothing more penny wise and pound foolish than to say that we've got budget problems, so we're going to cut health care for the folks who need it the most.
You have been in favor of single-payer healthcare system.
Yes.
On the state level.
Yes.
Governor Newsom ran on that when he ran for governor in 2018. That was his platform. Did he renege on that promise?
I think he tried hard, and we just talked about how he expanded care. The prize is giving everyone in California, and the way I say it is, anyone who works in California should be able to send their child to a doctor or the hospital. And if you work hard, you should not be without health care. That means we're going to hit that mark of universal coverage. Universal coverage is one of the main components of the single-payer system, but the single-payer system also tries to remove a lot of the middlemen. Single payer is difficult in California because we don't get to control how to get to single payer, because there's so many different laws and layers of the way the health system works to make it work. We don't control the ERISA laws, which control labor health plans provided through employers. We don't control Medicare because that's a federal program. We would need to incorporate Medicare, ERISA, employer plans. We'd have to get the federal government to buy in to do that. We'd also have to make many changes within the state. So I still believe, in fact, I defy anyone here to find a more efficient way to provide health care to your population than the single payer system. But I'm also a realist. When I became secretary, one of the first things that President Biden essentially said to me is, Javier, you know I'm not a single payer guy. I said, I understand that, but I do want to get more care to more people. And I said, that's the price. And by the time we left, as I said, more than 300 million Americans had their health coverage so they could send their child to that doctor or that hospital and not worry if they're going to be able to pay the mortgage or the rent.
I want to drill down on this because I know for a lot of voters out there that single payer is somewhat of a litmus test issue. And so you have sort of delineated the difference between universal coverage as a goal and single payer as a means to get there. But if a voter is trying to sort of decide what they're getting if they vote for you, are they getting somebody who is striving for reaching universal coverage or somebody who is promising a single payer system?
I am reaching towards universal coverage. I believe, let me say it again, I believe there's nothing that provides a more concentrated, focused, less expensive way to deliver health care than making sure that you as the payer, and in this case the taxpayer, have nobody between you and the provider of the health care, your doctor or the hospital, because your dollar goes from you to your medical practitioner. Right now, I guarantee you, your dollar goes from you to a lot of middlemen, insurance company, maybe a PBM, maybe someone who decides how you get your pharmaceutical benefits, before it ever gets to the provider. By the time the provider gets paid for what they're doing, a whole bunch of money's been taken out of the system. And so I still believe, and again, someone tell me a system that actually costs less. We pay twice as much in this country for healthcare than do most industrialized nations in the world. Many of them have something similar to a single payer system. What we don't do well is try to make the best use of our dollars. And right now, when we have budget cuts, we need to make better use of our dollars. But eye on the prize, getting people access to their doctor or of the hospital, because it's not a choice. It's going to happen.
I want to go back to something you just said, which I thought was very interesting about if you work, you should be able to take your child to a doctor.
Yes.
That's been one of the biggest objections, I think, from Democrats on the Republican mega bill was the imposition of work requirements for Medicaid. And the Newsom administration estimates that 3 million Californians will lose their health care due to work requirements. But in sort of your framing of that, are you essentially endorsing work requirements?
Yeah, no. So let me make sure it's clear. I'm not saying if you don't work, you won't get health care. What I'm saying is there are people in California who work today and they can't get health care. And what I'm saying is if you work in this country, well, obviously in the state, with me as governor, you're going to have health care. If you don't work, we're still going to do what we do through Medicaid and through other programs. But I want no one in the state of California to believe that they're not going to be rewarded for their hard work by ensuring that they have access to the care that they or their family need, access to the college that their children will need, a roof under the head so that they don't become homeless. I want to reward work. And that's why I say, if you work, one of those essentials of life, healthcare, you're going to have. If you don't work, unlike Republicans who say, if you don't work, then you don't get Medicaid. No, I'm just saying, we're going to provide you the care. But what I want to do is let anyone who works in this state know, I hold you at a higher level because you are building my state, and I want to reward you. Essentially what I'm telling you is, I'm going to tell my mom and my dad, thank you very much for what you did for me.
I want to talk about, obviously your experience as health secretary. It's a high point in your resume. But there has been a lot of consternation among Democrats about the Biden administration and how transparent it was around President Biden. I've got to ask, were you upfront with the American people about the president that you were working for?
Absolutely. And by the way, I believe the history books, maybe not this current administration, but the history books will write well about President Joe Biden. Because in 4 years, and I've been around working with or against every president since Bill Clinton. And there is no president, whether 8 years or 4 years, who achieved more than Joe Biden did with the narrowest of majorities in the House and the Senate. And so for what he was able to accomplish, I give him just the biggest tip of the hat. And I was given the opportunity to be part of one of the major efforts there in trying to pull this country out of the COVID pandemic, try to help us get closer to universal coverage. For the first time, to negotiate the prices of the most expensive prescription medication in the country, down in some cases up to 80%. We had that opportunity. We put in staffing standards at nursing homes so that your parents that you put into that nursing home know that there will be a nurse working at that nursing home. And so we got to do some great things. And Joe Biden is the one that gave me those directives.
Do you think that the coverage has been unfair about his mental acuity?
Look, anytime you're in politics, you're going to face all sorts of fire. And I think even Joe Biden, the president, would say, I get it. You're fair to ask those questions. He was getting older. There's no doubt. And so everyone has the right to ask. But don't try to rewrite history. Joe Biden did some great stuff.
I can't believe that the clock is ticking down already, so this is going to be my last question. Your resume is extensive, as Stephen, when he was introducing you. There's a lot of formers in there, right? You were a former member of Congress, former Attorney General, former Health Secretary. And it does feel like we are in a moment right now where there is desire from Democrats nationally. We've seen for a fresh face, for newcomers. In this climate, how do you convince voters that your experience is an asset?
I'm just going to get out there. I'm getting to do, most people would not have said to that kid who was the son of immigrants, father who didn't get past the 6th grade, mother who didn't come to this country till she married my dad and came from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. First to have a chance to step into a university classroom. I don't think most people are looking at that guy and saying, hey, and they would call me Xavier sometimes, Xavier, and what do you think you're going to do in life? And my dad used to say to me, mijo, si me puedo levantar en la mañana y ir a trabajar, va a ser un buen día. My son, if I get up in the morning and go to work, it's going to be a good day. Because for him, if he didn't get to go to work, he might not have the money to pay for food on the table. And so for him, every day was important. You know, Pop, yo me puedo levantar cada día y va a ser un buen día. I can get up every morning, and it's going to be a good day. I can make it better for people like Manuel Becerra, Maria Teresa Becerra. There's nothing that I am missing in life. If I get to be governor, people like Manuel and Maria Teresa Becerra, a construction worker and a clerical worker, they're going to have some good days because I'm going to make sure that I reward their work and make sure that they can go to the hospital, they can send their kids to college, they can have the health insurance they need, they can have that home that they need above them, and they're going to retire in dignity. If I can't win, that's on you all. But I'm going to make an effort.
Well, Secretary, I know we're going to continue to have a lot of these discussions over the course of the governor's race. I so appreciate you being with us here today.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Still to come in our lineup, of course, we have a conversation with former Congresswoman Katie Porter, a panel on the redistricting fight headed for the ballot box, and then finally an interview with Governor Gavin Newsom. Next to the stage, though, I'd like to bring up for an executive conversation Jennifer Barrera, the president and CEO of CalChamber, with Politico Chief Commercial Officer Callie Bowdy.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much again for joining us today. And before our next panel takes the stage, I'd like to begin by thanking our sponsor, the California Chamber of Commerce, for their support in today's summit. And I'm delighted to sit down now with someone who I don't believe needs much introduction here in this room, Jennifer Barrera, CalChamber's President and Chief Executive Officer, to discuss how California is shaping the future of AI technology and exploring how decisions made here in Sacramento will chart the course of policy for the nation and really for the world. So Jennifer, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so to start us off, California is home to 32 of the world's top 50 AI companies. From your perspective, what gives California its unique edge in AI innovation?
Well, California is just the hub of innovation. I mean, it's in our DNA.
We love to be innovators. We love to be exploration into new technologies, into new developments. And so it's just a part of who we are in California. It's in our DNA, it's in our culture, it's what we thrive on. So there's a part of that that's just undeniable here in California. It's why we have, again, Silicon Valley, the tech hub here in California. But there's other components too that really add to the uniqueness of California, and I think why these 32 companies have chosen to be based here in California. We have an incredible workforce, high talent here in California that is due to our higher education system, the community colleges, the CSUs, the UCs, our apprenticeship programs. So we really developed high-level talent here that, again, is the envy of a lot of the rest of the world and certainly the rest of the country. I think, the partnership that was recently announced by the governor and some of the companies developing AI in this space to help them learn and educate our workforce of the future is really smart. It's a great partnership. And again, it kind of just elevates the workforce that we have here. And then we have capital, a ton of capital here in California. Again, Silicon Valley is known for a lot of the venture capitalists. And so that also contributes to the unique nature of California and why I think a lot of the companies are choosing to stay here in California.
As policymakers here in Sacramento weigh how best to encourage AI innovation while also establishing the appropriate safeguards, what principles should guide their approach to AI governance?
Well, it's not really unique or different to how we approach any other policy making with industries. I think, from our perspective, it's the first line is don't do any harm to this industry, right? We want to nurture this industry. It's a huge part of our economy. It's going to be a huge part of our economy in the future. And so we really want to start off with that principle that you regulate in a space where you don't have any unintended consequences or unintended harms to the industry. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not sitting here saying no regulation at all. I think everybody appreciates that there needs to be some type of regulation, but really, again, do no harm. And so that should be one of the guiding principles. Another principle, again, and this is common with any industry that we talk about regulation around, is to have it really be data-driven, evidence-based, focused on real issues and making sure that the regulations are more of a guide instead of like a prescriptive roadmap. This technology is changing rapidly. It's changing faster than we can probably write laws. And so those laws really need to be flexible to keep up with the changing technology so we don't limit that innovation. We don't limit the benefits that we're going to receive from this technology, but addressing the safety or the risks, that everybody has been talking about here today.
So you mentioned that the AI sector is supporting so much of California's economy, hundreds of thousands of jobs, and really poised to create many more as the technology adapts too. So in your opinion, how can AI further strengthen the economic opportunity here in the state?
Yeah, it is already, as you mentioned, it's already being a pretty significant economic driver. I mean, when you talk about those 32 companies and where they're based, it's having this, impact on the local communities. It's creating these high-paying jobs, jobs that weren't even a vision a few years ago are now, being sought after in these companies. And again, high-paying, which is, of course, something we want to focus on. And then it has kind of a trickle-down impact within these local communities. So commercial space is being gobbled up by these AI companies. The small businesses are being frequented more in these areas, and so it really has that huge impact to the local community. But then across the board in the state, of course, it will have a benefit to our statewide economy. Job creation, efficiency is something that we need to focus on with regards to this technology, and it's something that was referenced earlier. The efficiencies that we can get from AI are really going to be a benefit to our economy as well. And it's not just obviously in the tech sector, but we have efficiencies in an energy space. Efficiencies in healthcare, efficiencies in agriculture, that AI can all drive those efficiencies, and so we're having greater production in these companies and also a better contributor to our economy. The opportunity is so big with a lot of these technologies, and so I really do think, again, when we talk about regulations, we really want to harness that innovation and those benefits to make sure that we're feeling it here in California.
So let's stick with the regulations for a moment. So you talked about efficiencies, talked about adaptability, but it occurs to me that also collaboration is probably critical to establishing a workable AI governance. So where do you think there's common ground where policymakers, regulators, and the business community can actually work best together to create regulations that can be adaptive and efficient in the right way?
I think what you started off with is key: collaboration, partnership. That partnership that I just referenced with the governor's office and the agreement between the companies to really teach and educate our workforce of the future is huge. I think it's a really good balance to show that you can, you know what I mean, partner with industry. You can harness that innovation and that economic development. And so again, that balanced approach is really kind of what we need to focus on when we talk about our regulators and our policymakers. There is going to be regulation around safety. Again, that's going to be an issue and a development, and I think there's everyone in the industry and policymakers agree that regulation needs to be addressed around safety issues. But finding that balance and that partnership is really key, and I think, again, that overlap is going to be important to have any responsible regulation in this space.
So let's look forward, jump in the time machine for a year when we're sitting back on this stage for our second annual Sacramento summit. What gives you the confidence that California can remain the model for responsible for AI governance globally? Like, what would you say, or what would you want to say in a year from now when we're sitting on this stage again?
I will guarantee you we'll still be talking about AI. That's an absolute. But what I also think, that gives me hope is, again, just kind of who California is. I think there is so much promise in this technology and what it can do for everyday Californians and what it can do across all different sectors, that both the policymakers and the industry leaders and the governor, all of them recognize that benefit, and they are going to act in a way, obviously, to try and benefit consumers with the development of this technology and the rollout of this technology to broader groups. So I really am optimistic that we're going to be able to find that balance. That's what California is known for, again, is setting the stage for the rest of the country and the world when we develop this policy. I have no doubt that we'll be able to do it here with AI.
Okay, well, we'll check back in a year
Yes,
from now.
sounds good.
We'll see how we've been doing. Jennifer, I know that we've just started to dive in on this issue that we could continue to talk about for much longer, but unfortunately that is all the time we have. But very much appreciate your time, your insights, and the supports from CalChamber to make this summit possible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly and Jennifer. All right, next, our conversations with former U.S. officials and future gubernatorial hopefuls continues. Please welcome to the stage former Congresswoman Katie Porter, and welcome back to the stage Politico senior politics reporter Melanie Mason.
Hello, I'm back. I'm Melanie Mason, Politico's senior political reporter in California. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us today. We have a lot to go over, not enough time, so let's just get right into it. I want to get your reaction today to what we heard from Senator Alex Padilla, which is that he's keeping the door open, in so many words, to running for governor. You had said that former Vice President Kamala Harris, if she had jumped into the race, would be near field clearing. Do you think that that's the same case for Senator Padilla?
Well, I'm really focused on the race that I'm running. I've been having a great time running this race, talking to people across the state, the work that Senator Padilla is doing in Washington, particularly on immigration, which is a federal issue, has been so meaningful. And I've heard that across the state as I talk to Californians. So this is a big field. I'm proud to be at the front of it, and I'm going to work hard to keep it that way.
Do you think there's room for more folks to get into the field?
Well, I think there will be more folks because this is California. So I wouldn't say that we're fully done yet.
You came out early in support of Governor Newsom's redistricting ballot measure. Do you plan on doing anything more to ensure that the measure passes?
Oh, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it passes. And I think one of the things I can offer is the perspective of somebody who went through that process. So I ran for Congress. I flipped a Republican seat. I served 2 terms. The census occurred. I got redistricted. And then I had to run in a very, very different community. And so I think I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not in Congress right now, but I think I can be a really good ambassador for helping people to understand that what California is doing here is very, very little d democratic. It is asking the people of California if they want to do things differently, because our democracy is in a very, very different place than it was. So I can both explain the Independent Redistricting Commission, what we'll be going back to in 2030, but can also talk about what it's like to be redistricted. It can be a real opportunity to get to talk to new people, to learn more about California, to sharpen your political skills. So I hope to be on the road, campaigning, working on Prop 50. I teach legislation at the UCI Law School, and yesterday, Monday, our topic was redistricting. So I had a lot of material to work with.
Do you see yourself raising money for it? I mean, obviously, you've got your own campaign to worry about, but what does it mean when you say you'll do everything that you can? Is there going to be a ballot measure committee?
Yeah, so I've already done, I think, 4 or 5, 6 national TV hits. I'm going to keep doing media, as I mentioned. I'm going to keep answering straight, direct, give good answers to questions when this comes up. If there's an opportunity to help raise money, count me in. I've raised a lot of money for a lot of Democrats over the years, and this is really important to making sure that our democracy is there. Californians want a fighter. They want a fighter for their governor, and they want a fighter now against Trump until as we're in this process right now.
So I think most people, especially nationally, they know you as the lady with the whiteboard who could leave CEOs tongue-tied. But when you launched your campaign, you talked about supporting workers and business at a forum hosted by the California Chamber of Commerce. You said that you did not support raising the state minimum wage. Do those who see you as an anti-corporate warrior, did they get it wrong?
No, so look, having clear rules for businesses that work, that protect workers, keep them safe on their jobs, that give clear guidelines to consumers so they get what they're paying for, making sure that products that are sold in our marketplace are safe. Those are the kinds of good business regulations that benefit the 99.9% of good businesses that we have here in California. So we're definitely going to have to make sure that we're thinking about how do we keep businesses growing. Californians need business. We need businesses to give us healthcare, to give us jobs. This is part of how we're going to compete globally. But you can do business and make sure that you're doing right by workers and by consumers. And we have so many businesses that do that. And I've enjoyed talking to so many of them. I'm looking forward to talking to more of them. But I think we have to be a champion for all the things that business is doing right. And this is also important to small businesses, to entrepreneurs. They're going to follow the rules. We have to make sure that we have clear rules that are enforceable so that everybody can follow them and that those rules really deliver for workers and consumers.
So we just had Secretary Becerra on. He was.
I didn't notice.
I didn't notice. There's been a lot of folks in and out off the stage today. He talked about how he is in favor of a single-payer healthcare system for the state, although also said he was pragmatic, realized that may not be feasible, perhaps, but universal coverage being the goal. You've backed Medicare for All on the federal level. If you were elected governor, would you pursue a state-level single-payer system?
So in traveling across California and listening to people, it is very clear that we have a lot of work to do on healthcare. We had some challenges with regard to cost, with regard to coverage, before Donald Trump came and attacked our Medi-Cal system, attacked our women's reproductive health and abortion providers. We have real challenges for people. So I think that has to be the first goal, figuring out how we can defend California. Single payer is a great idea. That's why I've always championed the idea. At the federal level, it will really work, I think, to help do the cost containment. And we have some models there at the federal level. Things like Social Security, Medicare, things like TRICARE for our veterans and our military members. We've got models there. At the state level, right now, we got to fight to hang on to as much care as we can for every single Californian. I don't think it's realistic in the next couple years for the state to push forward on that, at least not until we make sure that we're stabilizing our own healthcare system.
I also want to talk to you about AI, which obviously has been another major topic here today. Governor Newsom has vetoed major proposals to regulate AI. Is he too friendly to tech on this front?
I think Governor Newsom's new report that came out a few months ago on AI is really, really helpful in laying out a framework for how to think about AI. The power, the potential of AI is tremendous, and Californians should want that power to be harnessed for them, to create good, high-paying jobs, to make government work better, to make their lives easier, to help keep us safer. There are a lot of really positive applications that we could see for AI, and we should be figuring out as a state, how do we move forward on that? we have seen other really groundbreaking technologies that were, I think, sometimes daunting to people, things like nuclear engineering, things like gene editing. What we've seen in that context is the best way to approach a good regulatory framework is globally, because this technology has such a power and such a capacity to cross borders. So I think California has done some bills, for instance, banning kiddie porn, AI-generated kiddie porn. That's just about keeping Californians safe. I think that was absolutely something I supported, and Governor Newsom signed that into law, as he should have. But right now, we have national security concerns around AI. Those might be best something addressed at the federal level. But I think Governor Newsom did the right thing by asking Californians to engage more on this topic, producing a report that gives us a footprint to follow forward.
So for the labor unions, who I think see AI regulation as one of their top priorities, am I hearing this right, that you're saying that that really needs to be tackled more on a federal level and would not necessarily be a priority for you as governor?
I think it depends on what the issue is with regard to AI. A governor has few jobs more important than making sure the economy is growing and making sure that people have good, high-paying jobs. So we've got other industries in transition, whether that's energy, whether we've had medical in transition. This is not the first technology to come around, and so I think the governor's always going to have to think about how do we grow those jobs. So one of the things is I'm having a lot of conversations with unions. What are the kinds of jobs that are going to be created by AI? How can we create union jobs in those areas? What kinds of jobs could AI be doing that are dangerous for your members right now, that result in high rates of injury? Can we use AI to make these jobs safer, to make them easier for workers? But you have to make sure that you're growing jobs for California, and so I think that's a conversation you're going to continue to have with labor, and I have really appreciated that a lot of them have given a lot of thought. Some of them are seeing on the ground in their lives already how AI is being used, so I think workers have a really important perspective here to talk about how AI is working, how it isn't working, and to help ground a governor going forward on policy.
I want to jump, we're just a rapid fire through all of these policy issues. Let's talk about housing. SB 79 is a measure that allows for higher density development around transit hubs. You came out in support of this measure early, among gubernatorial candidates at least. There's been a lot of backlash to this legislation, particularly in local communities, even places like the Pacific Palisades, which of course were devastated by wildfires. They're raising concerns about evacuation concerns, right, because of this development. As governor, how do you convince local communities to get on board with statewide efforts to build new housing?
So look, I think Californians across the state understand that we are in a housing shortage, and we are short of housing of virtually every type. We don't have enough housing for workers. We don't have enough housing for students, for seniors, for all kinds of Californians. We have housing affordability challenges in rural parts of our state too. It's not just a coastal or a big city phenomenon. We need to build more housing. And I think the goal of SB 79 is to say, where we already have a transit hub, where we already have that density, then it makes sense to add more. And so I think when we hear about the Palisades, let's be clear, Pacific Palisades, not a transit hub, right? There's very, very limited transit there, so SB 79 is not going to be applicable in that community. It would take generations of change to transform the Palisades into a community where SB 79 would be helpful, but we do have those communities right now, and housing is the #1 thing that I hear about from people. Can my kid afford to live here? Am I going to be able to afford to live here when I retire? People have mortgages later into life. Rent has gone up. We have to build more housing. That is a no-brainer, and I think SB 79 is an important step. Our next governor is going to need to be a leader, not just in fighting Trump, but in solving Californians' biggest challenges. That's why I came out in favor of it. This is not a time to be timid. This is a time to take action.
But there are Democrats, who I think you would probably agree with in other fronts, people like Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, the majority of the overwhelmingly Democratic City Council in Los Angeles, they oppose it. Why are they wrong?
Well, so I think the issue is that we need every part of California to be doing their part on housing. Every community needs to do their part. How they do that part is going to look different in the community. So if you're representing rural California and you've got, or a small city in California, you don't have any transit hubs. That doesn't mean we don't need you to build housing. This is a partial solution. So I think the answer is for cities that want to grow, for cities that want to attract workers who want to retain our UC and CSU and community college graduates into those good high-paying jobs, they need to have housing for those people to be in. California has an aging population. That is not a recipe for growth, and it's one of my top priorities to reverse that and make California the place of choice for our next generation of workers while making sure it's a place that our longtime Californians can retire in and thrive. And to do that, we need more housing. So I disagree on this. I think this is a leadership issue, and the governor has to think about the whole state and has to set policy that's going to allow those communities that are ready to take advantage of SB 79 to go ahead and get building.
One of the hottest debates in Democratic circles this year is about abundance. This is this book by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson that argues that overregulation and bureaucracy has plagued democratically run cities, and that's exacerbated the housing crisis. Do you consider yourself an abundance Democrat?
Well, I definitely consider myself someone who is willing and thinks it's incredibly important, actually, I'm really, I would say, driven to look at regulation to see if it's doing what it is supposed to be doing. You know, my minivan, my license plate is oversight, and I think that's important. You need to be asking yourselves, is this regulation helping? California has a lot of regulation that was supposed to result in building more housing. Is it working? If it's not, we can't be afraid to go back to the drawing board and try to right-size it. So I think the benefit of abundance is really to point out that we need to be clear-eyed about our goals and our priorities. We can all have good quality housing in this country. We can have green energy that is affordable for everybody. But we've got to set our priorities. We have to stick to it, and we have to be willing to look back at regulations of the past and ask ourselves if they're serving us going forward. I think that's just an appropriate part of doing oversight. And one of the things I would say is I want to work side by side. California has a lot of talented legislators. They have a lot of ideas, and I want to really help make sure that they are thinking about if this bill becomes law, if the governor signs it into law, when I sign it into law, is it going to work on the ground to make the change they want? And to do that, you have to really be thinking about how the implementation is going to go. What's the job of the agencies going to be? Do we have the funding? Do we have the personnel? Because the job does not end at the press conference where we see too many politicians patting themselves on the back for making a law. The job of an elected leader is to make people's lives better. And that is going to be about going all the way through the process to see how the regulation is working on the ground. And I think abundance asks us to question that. And I think that's an appropriate question to ask. And I think the answer is going to depend on the particular regulation.
This would be your first executive job. You have been serving in these legislative roles. So I'm wondering, for a lot of people who are wondering like what Katie Porter, the executive, would look like. What is that? Have you given any thought about what your executive leadership skills are going to be?
Yeah, so a couple things I would say. One, we mentioned this is a leadership job, and this is a moment in which people want their government to lead. I think that's true actually across political parties right now. I think this is a moment where people want a leader who is honest with them, a leader who's going to be a straight shooter about where we are, what's working and what's not working. And I think I have a reputation for being a truth teller and being willing to take on anyone who's kind of standing in the way of making lives better for Californians. And so I think this is very consistent with what I've done. I think people saw my creativity when I got to Congress. You know, not treating hearings like something where you just show up and play with your iPhone. I went into hearings and I made those hearings deliver for people, whether that was free COVID testing, whether that was answers from CEOs. And so I think that's the kind of creativity and the energy that we need in this moment. I also come at this job from a personal perspective. I am a mom of 3 school-age kids. I did finally manage to ship one off to college yesterday. But the other 2 are still there. And so I think a lot about what do they want? What do they need? So we often hear elected leaders talking about their parents, and they're grateful for their parents. I'm grateful for my parents. My parents were awesome, and I was not easy to parent. But I really think about how do we meet the needs and anxieties of my kids? And so I think that is something that motivated me to run for Congress in the first place. The last thing I'll say is, I ran for Congress in 2017, got elected in 2018 because of Donald Trump. So I have only ever served in a politics in which Unfortunately, Donald Trump was attacking California, attacking our democracy, attacking healthcare. I could go on and on, but I will not. So I think I'm really ready and familiar with how do you punch back? How do you fight? I'm a street fighter, and I think that's what's called for in this moment.
We are, of course, the clock is running down, but I want to invite you to show your credibility as a truth teller. What do you think is something that California Democrats have not really been truthful with the voters that you would like to say to the crowd here?
Yeah, so I think housing is a really good one here. I think that there's a lot of pushback you mentioned about abundance, whether that's a good or a bad strategy. Well, then the onus is on Democrats who oppose that to come up with other good ideas. We can't be the party of no, that won't work. If we say no, that won't work, we need to say, and I have an idea that will. And so when we look at some policies, rent control hasn't really on aggregate lowered housing costs in California. We can't keep going back to that. Statewide voters have rejected it 3 times. We need good new ideas around housing. And so I think that is an example of, with all respect for people who have advocated for that in the past, it's not where voters are, and the data doesn't back it up. So then we need to come up with new, fresh ideas.
Okay, I do have 1 more minute, so I'll slide in one.
I should have given a longer answer.
You should have filibustered more, which is something that I'd never say. But this is your second statewide run in 2-3 years. What did you learn from that first run where I think you could say you were disappointed with how you placed that last time? Yeah. That is informing your run this time around.
Yeah, so I think I learned about California regionally, right? I was from I'm representing Orange County. That's where I live. That's where I'm raising my family. I got a chance to travel statewide to meet a lot of leaders and to build relationships. And so relationships are going to be so important to our next governor, putting the right people into administration positions, making sure that we're communicating with what we're trying to do, making sure that we're hearing that criticism and getting that feedback. And so I think I built relationships is the most important thing I got out of that run. And then I was able to hit the ground running with a lot of those relationships established, both with the people who kind of have different positions of elected officials, labor, business, but also with everyday Californians. I had done a lot of listening to what was on the mind of Californians. And that cost of living issue, I talked a lot in my Senate campaign about cost of living, about affordability, and I think we are really at a moment where that is what people want from their governor.
All right, the red light's blinking. We have to go. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, 2 of our biggest sessions are still to come. We'll have a panel conversation on redistricting and our interview with Governor Gavin Newsom. Up next to the stage, I'm going to welcome back Politico Chief Commercial Officer Callie Bowdy, this time in conversation with Francisco Leon, the President and CEO of the California Resources Corporation.
Hello again. I'm excited to be back here on the stage, this time for a conversation with the California Resources Corporation. California, as we have discussed already today, has undeniably ambitious climate goals, but it's also facing an extreme amount of hurdles, including an unstable energy grid, dependence on foreign oil, and the need to quickly scale new tech like carbon capture, energy storage, and hydrogen, all while needing to keep costs down for Californians. So to help us explore these issues, I'm joined today by Francisco Leon, President and CEO of the California Resources Corporation, the state's largest energy producer and a national leader on decarbonization and carbon capture. Francisco, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Callie.
So Francisco leads CRC's efforts to balance energy reliability, sustainability, and affordability in California, and is helping to advance new decarbonization projects across the state. So let's dive right in with the big picture here. The bold climate agenda for California, aiming for carbon neutrality by 2045. But California also has some of the highest energy costs in the nation. And we just heard Congresswoman Porter talk about affordability as one of the most important things for Californians. So in your view, let's continue on that conversation. What's standing in the way of delivering lower carbon energy that's also more affordable and reliable for Californians?
Absolutely. So thanks again for having us here. Energy is the economy. So it's such an important topic to try to navigate. So first, to address the carbon neutrality goal, I think that's a remarkable goal for the state to have. CRC has a publicly stated goal to lower emissions. So we're very supportive of that. We're also going to help companies achieve their own targets. So we're all in. Now, if you think about energy, a lot of people compare energy to reduction in emissions. If you think about emissions in California, you'll say, okay, we made some progress. We're not as far along as we need to be. So you get kind of a passing grade. But the scorecard is not good if you then talk about energy in the right way, which is emissions, affordability, and reliability. That we're not doing very well. And the reason for that is really, there's many factors. But to just highlight two of them, we've been looking at reducing supply, in-state supply, and forgetting that demand is still very much alive and well, and the products needed. So that creates a secondary problem, which is, okay, so if you're reducing your local supply, that by definition means you're importing a lot more. And if you think about any aspect of energy, the worst thing we can do is import. Worst thing. We're exporting our jobs. We're exporting emissions. They're bypassing taxes, regulation. We're passing through the cost to the consumer. We're actually forcing the consumer to shoulder the cost of the energy transition. So if you were to solve for a challenge, we're picking the worst out of all the different scenarios. What we should do instead is support the local production. California production is really what wins the day. It brings jobs, it's quality production, and it's something that we're ultimately guided by the world's leading environmental practices. So you have a very high bar as a state. If people can meet that bar, which is what CRC is doing, that should be the preferred barrel and not the imported barrel.
But California does now import a majority of its oil from across the world, like you just mentioned, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Ecuador. So what is really behind that decline in in-state production? Like, what are we giving up by relying on oil produced elsewhere?
We're giving up a lot. Unfortunately, some of the state regulations have been restricting of our local supply. The company I run, CRC, we haven't received a new permit to drill a well since the end of 2022. So what's taking its place is imports. And some people may feel like, okay, well, that's a win. Big oil or oil, we're little oil, we're the green oil company, but that means that they're not producing, so we must be saving the planet from climate change. But what we actually are doing is we're becoming dependent on foreign oil. The more we reduce that supply, and we reduced about 33% of the California in-state supply, the more we're relying on that import. It's a crazy stat, but the US has become almost an exporter of energy, of oil in particular. But we still import. If you remove California from the rest of the other 50 states, then the US is a net exporter. We are bringing down the rest of the country, and that's not a good look. So what we need to do is, and we're creating this scarcity around unnecessary, because we have an incredible resource, enviable resource, oil and gas underneath our feet that we can develop locally. Someone else earlier today talked about fact-based. We being fact-based, we bring data to our analysis, and we're having constructive dialogue with Governor Newsom around reestablishing permit for California. It's a really good thing, because if you go to Kern County, where the epicenter is of our oil industry, they want us there. They need the jobs. Their budgets are in trouble, and we can get it done, but we need to get going.
Let's stay on permitting for a moment here. Building new energy infrastructure in California, it is often facing steep regulatory barriers. So what needs to change to help accelerate these critical infrastructure projects while also maintaining environmental safeguards?
Yeah, so the good thing, I think part of the key messages I want to drive is that we're not dealing with mutually exclusive concepts. We can be climate leaders and improve the affordability. I mean, it's absolutely doable, and that's what we're doing. We're pushing carbon management. It's our core climate technology that we're bringing into the state. Carbon Teravolt is the first and only permit in the state to inject CO2. This is going to go to industries, in critical industries like cement, like data centers, and decarbonize their emissions, lower their emission footprint so they can contribute to society. But we're losing because our inability to be able to develop infrastructure is costing us in a big way. We are ultimately National Cement. So National Cement is a partner with us. They had a $500 million grant from the Department of Energy. That got pulled back because of the inability to actually move the CO2 into our reservoirs. So we're losing projects. We're really losing ground to other states, and that's not climate leadership. So we need to support projects. Carbon management will work. We're convinced of that. We're going to have our showcase project near Bakersfield. That project should be up and running by the end of the year. And then we're going to scale. We're going to look to scale, and there's a lot of things that we need to scale the business. But we're bringing that innovation, that technology into California. And like I said, we can do both. We can reduce emissions and keep prices affordable for the consumers.
So Francisco, we have time for, unfortunately, one more question, and let's look ahead for a second. So as CRC continues to grow and invest in California, I can feel the urgency in your voice as you speak about this. So how do you see this market for the future, and what really gets you excited about California's future?
Yeah, the scorecard, like I said today, is not great, but the future looks bright. You know, I'm a first-generation immigrant. I came to this country to make a difference. Now I get to run a different kind of energy company. We're completely disrupting the energy space, and what we're doing, lead 1,500 amazing employees at CRC. There's a lot to be excited about. And, you know, we talk about affordability a lot, but I can tell you, as I was thinking about, you know, what are the things that we're doing that make that difference, I'll give you a few things that have me excited. But affordability, the more we produce locally, the prices will come down at the pump. More production in California. Refineries were built for California crude, not for Saudi crude, not for Canadian crude with high sulfur. They have to make a lot of investments that they don't want to make to be able to get that production here. So we can lower the prices at the pump for the consumers. We're also on a long transition. Transition's not going to happen quickly. We talked about 2045 neutrality goal. That's 20 years. What happens in those 20 years? Well, one thing we can do is have a cleanest barrel in the planet made in California. And again, fact-based is not only is it the cleanest, but we can also go to third-party certification. MIQ certifies emissions. We go to them and we say, validate that what I'm saying is a clean barrel is actually something that we can deliver. So lower prices at the pump, we can also deliver a clean barrel. We're also on a journey to prove that decarbonization is a market need, not just a policy-driven idea, but that companies want to decarbonize because that's good business. And that's our carbon capture projects. Cement, data, everything can be decarbonized. So California needs to think about producing locally, and California products with California energy should be what we talk about. That's the competitive advantage. We need to kind of turn it around, the import model. We need to export our products, our know-how, our innovation to other states. We're also pushing the boundaries on innovative corporate solutions. There's a need for voluntary credit markets, people that believe that you can decarbonize. And we did a partnership, we started a partnership last year with the LA Rams and the NFL. They are worried, they're a very conscious, really great franchise that's worried about their carbon footprint as they travel to away games or as their fan base comes into the stadium. So what we are doing is we're gonna sell them carbon credits that we're gonna generate in projects in Bakersfield, in the backyard, and they're gonna then use that to offset their emissions. So it benefits them because they actually are walking the walk and developing solutions for their carbon footprint, but it's also helping us innovate and drive new energies in the space. Another thing that really has me excited is training workers. And we are the only company in the state that produces oil and gas that has a project labor agreement. So we partner with the building trades. We've had that partnership for 10 years, and we have an apprenticeship program where we were able to retrain the workforce so they can work on these climate innovations. So excited about that. And then we're also investing in students. And we have a carbon management institute with the Kern County Community District. We invested millions of dollars to develop this next career around carbon management. So I think my point is we can do it all. We can bring down prices. We can really work on affordability while not giving up any of the climate leadership that we've shown. We have to work together. We have to reframe the problem. It's really not about attacking industries who are exporting emissions and jobs. It's about how do we bring businesses back into California. It can be done. We have to move. As a publicly traded company CEO, I get a lot of unsolicited feedback when I go on the road about California. People tell us how we're doing. And I'm the biggest proponent, the biggest fan of California. And they tell me ABC, anywhere but California. So we have to change that. We cannot be, we're the largest economy. We almost use that as an excuse. We can do better. We can do both climate leadership and affordability and reliability. And it's companies like CRC that are innovating in the space, and we want to partner with California.
That's a great place, I think, to leave it. So, Francisco, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to CRC for your support in today's summit. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Francisco. There's no bigger political story in California right now than the redistricting fight, right? It's all kicked off in Texas. Now California is responding in an effort led by Governor Gavin Newsom on behalf of Democrats. To break down the fight ahead, as this heads to the ballot box and a ballot measure, I'd like to bring to the stage Politico ballot measures editor, Sasha Eisenberg, who will kick off a conversation with two political strategists. We have Jim DeBoo, president of the DeBoo Strategic Affairs, and we have Rob Stutzman, the head of Stutzman Public Affairs. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hi, I'm Sasha Eisenberg. I edit our ballot measures coverage here in California, and I'm very excited that on November 4th, election night, most probably when you open up the Politico.com homepage or our app, the top headline is not going to be about a governor's race in Virginia or New Jersey or a mayoral election in New York, but about the outcome of Prop 50 here. So excited to have Jim DeBoo, who's involved in the Yes campaign as a top strategist, and Rob Stutzman, who worked for Governor Schwarzenegger, here to sort of game out what that campaign is going to look like. Jim, when did you become convinced that Governor Newsom was serious about taking this to the ballot?
That's a good question. I think because it started with a few simple words. I deserve 5 seats. And I think all of us thought at the initial phase, at least I did, I was like, this is a joke. There's no way a president would try to do mid-decade redistricting to essentially rig an election. Even for Trump, that's one step too far. And I thought at least I did, at least through July, just kind of thought that was not something that was going to happen. And then when it started to become real, and it started to become apparent that it wasn't just Texas, it was going to be Florida, it'd be Indiana, pressure in other parts of the country to do the same, we started looking at it seriously. And I think it was in concert with the congressional delegation who really had concerns that if this happened, and California didn't engage, that it could be one of those situations where they aren't able to even compete for the opportunity in the democratic process to take back the House.
Rob, so you work for Schwarzenegger. He's been pretty invisible from California politics since he left office. Why is he planning on getting involved here?
Well, this is a signature accomplishment for him. Some might say it's in the Hall of Fame of his accomplishments. So it's personal. It's an issue that he has continued to work on post-gubernatorial life. He has an institute at USC, and this has been one of the issues that he continues to try to export. He just viscerally is against gerrymandering and very proud of the independent commission that has been established. I do want to clarify, too, if I may. I'm interested in my old boss's interest in this, but I'm not officially engaged on any type of no effort.
And just to piggyback off that, I think Governor Schwarzenegger has done an incredible job since he left office. In 2011, when he left, he had a 22% approval rating. And he has created a very, very real pathway of pushing back against those who are interfering in our electoral process, and so much so that he wore his shirt at Venice Beach that said, fuck the gerrymanderers kind of thing. And what's interesting about that, I know I've been practicing all day. But what's interesting with that is because of his commitment to this and to the groups that he did this with, the proceeds of that shirt went to the California Legal Women voters who have just taken a position of neutrality because they agree that Trump is a tyrant on this perspective in this election. But that position of neutrality was used because the Munger side of the campaign, which is one with the McCarthy campaign, used their logo and their quotes without their permission, because the world we live in now, you don't get the opportunity to have a safe space in politics. So I appreciate what you said. Hall of Fame numbers aren't 22%, so we're going to keep Arnold Schwarzenegger in a Hall of Fame frame and make sure he doesn't engage and put himself back into the right wing with McCarthy, Munger, and Trump.
Okay, so you're not involved in an official capacity here, Rob, but you know Republican politics in this state. Can you talk through, there are a few different factions that are involved here. There's Charles Munger, who's funding this. Schwarzenegger seems inclined to sort of be involved in that, and whatever's left of the sort of good government groups that are interested in this. There's also, as Jim mentioned, Kevin McCarthy, former state party chair, who are running a committee. How are these groups planning on working together? How do you think they will be able to work together? And we haven't even sort of pointed at what seems inevitable, which is Trump world getting more directly involved in this.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if Trump gets real involved in this, I think it's great for Jim's campaign. I mean, this has been a banner week of Trump overreach. It just gets more and more dramatic. And so I think more people that are not as partisan as hardcore Democrats are going to be open-minded to the case that Jim's campaign, the governor, are going to make. But there is not, the frame of this is either for Trump or against Trump. I don't think is quite right. It's broader. There's still the question of gerrymandering, and there's the question of reforms in this country we've made great progress with, including the commission here in California. And that's what Governor Schwarzenegger cares about. So when he said, F the politicians, he kind of means them all. And he's been very critical of the mid-district gerrymander that's taken place in Texas. How the two efforts will work together, I think they see a Republican turnout effort that needs to happen, which I would assume is what the McCarthy-Patterson effort will primarily focus on. I also, though, think there's a third bucket of voters who truly need to be educated, need to be persuaded, aren't so easy to agree that the two wrongs make the right in this moment type of thing, because that's not the way people usually arrive at decisions, especially on ballot measures. I would think Munger's going to largely focus on that, and will not go out of his way, but will be disciplined and never directly. I mean, Jim will appropriately try to tie them together, but Munger effort I don't think will ever directly be coordinated with or associated with, at least publicly, with the McCarthy-Patterson effort.
And I agree with that. I think the issue is, and you first reported on Politico, where they came out and said McCarthy's going to take the Democrats Munger's going to take McCarthy's going to take the Republicans,
Yeah.
McCarthy's going to take DTS and the Democrats. But here's the issue with that. Munger has given hundreds of thousands of dollars to McCarthy. The law firms and the political consultants who work on all of these campaigns on the other side, they're all the same. So the idea that they're not coordinating is as absurd as me saying I haven't talked to Gavin Newsom about Prop 50 or the DCCC. So the idea that they're not coordinating, first off, is not true. Secondly, if I was on their team, I'd be like, of course we're going to coordinate so we don't step on each other. And third, to his point about Trump, when the president from the Oval Office says the DOJ is going to come in and try to stop the election, and oh, by the way, we got to get rid of mail-in ballots, which these guys were the ones who mastered that on the Republican side, and it deeply matters in California. If you get rid of mail-in ballots, you also suppress a huge population of people. It's almost absurd that they're not connected. And so you're right, the campaigns will try to connect them, but it's not very difficult because it's already been done, and all you got to do is look at the reports to see the people that are working on all the committees are the same people.
Jim, the polling, I think both your internal polling and what we've seen, does not start at the type of foreboding advantage that you would want if you were launching this on your own terms. Is that
on our own terms?
Well, you're saying you're doing this in response.
So
what are you seeing in the polling that makes you optimistic about your chances?
So it's kind of what we talked about a little bit. So in typical ballot measures, you don't want it to be partisan. I mean, when we work on ballot measures together, we're not looking at making things about what jersey color you're wearing. We're looking at how do we split the electorate and have messages that'll bring them both along, either for a no or yes vote. And a no vote's always easier than a yes vote. That's just ballot measure 101. You find one thing and you drive for a no vote through the yes vote. You find one little thing and you exploit it. But on this one, the difference is it has become partisanized. And it's not, and we already have an over 80% awareness on this, and it's not about redistricting. It's about democracy. It's about someone trying to rig an election, and it's about a response. And what we're seeing in all the research, and you can feel it in focus groups, and you can also feel it in the intensity of the yes vote, is Democrats decline to states, and a certain section of non-Trump Republicans are so angry about what's happened specifically in California that people can't even go outside. I mean, even at our launch, I was there walking in when Border Patrol showed up at the Japanese American Democracy Center. This is where we interned people. We took them to camps, and they showed up to say, we're here to deal with the politicians because they can't take care of LA, and they arrested somebody selling strawberries. That anger and frustration, you can feel it in the polling. You can see it in the intensity level. So this isn't about redistricting. It's about, are we going to have checks and balances to this government, or are we going to allow this to continue? And that frame and that awareness is already so high that it's helpful from a perspective of making this a partisan race.
So if the yes side is going to try to polarize this on partisan lines by making it in large part about Trump and Trumpism, Rob, what do you see the no side doing?
So my guess is if I were coordinating those two committees, the McCarthy-Patterson effort will make it partisan, not in defending Trump. If you really want to come out and defend Trump, that's going to be a natural instinct because they're going to make sure that's what it's about. They're going to make it partisan by attacking Newsom, okay? And they're going to talk about this is all Newsom for president and remember what he did. And, you know, there's some headroom possibly to have there. There is evidence that when he gets more focused or defined by national politics and not doing the day job, that, you know, voters in California aren't so keen on that. So I think that's what they'll do to motivate their base. And then, you know, that for that middle persuadable voter, I would say it goes back to screw all the politicians. This thing is ripe for weaving in every type of notion of cynicism you could have about politicians. The footage from the committee hearings where Democrats were clearly evasive. I understand why they were, but it doesn't matter in a campaign context. You know, there's headlines. You can run mail and commercials that McGuire cut himself his own district so he can leave the Senate and go to Congress. And it's just one thing after another that breeds into the cynicism. I'm not saying that overcomes this unprecedented issue that's going on with Trump and where he's taking voter opinion into unknown places, but that is going to be the counter.
And I think that the one thing, though, that it will not be lost on voters is this is the first time in the history probably of the country that they get to vote on their own lines. Like, there's no secrets. The lines are out there. You want to know where you live? It's right there. You want to be mad because somebody may be running for Congress? You have that opportunity. That's the opportunity that people in Texas don't have, in Florida don't have, in Missouri don't have, and Ohio don't have. Californians get to ultimately decide. So you can make all the disparaging comments, but this is actually more transparent than the Redistricting Commission itself.
But the politicians still drew the lines, and in a state that votes 40%, 39 to 42% for Republicans, they're going to end up with 9% representation in Congress. So they get to vote on the maps, but the key is the politicians drew the maps. I think that still has to be overcome.
And when you look at all these other states who are about ready to get rid of the Voting Rights Act, people also understand this isn't just about California. And again, reemphasize, they actually get to vote on the maps themselves, and they're not being told by any commission or any politician, this is what you get and you're stuck with it. They can vote no. And that's the beauty of Prop 50.
Rob, Trump and Schwarzenegger probably are the two most famous Republicans in the country. Is it a problem for the no campaign if voters are hearing from one of them that what Texas did was wrong as a matter of principle, and from another one that what Texas did was good because Trump deserves those seats?
I think it's a great question because I think you get there is room here for muddled messaging. If you watch what the California legislative Republicans have been saying, they pretty much say, well, we think what Texas is doing is wrong. And so, it's actually, funny haha to watch these Republican members of Congress all of a sudden realize Donald Trump doesn't give a rat's ass about their careers.
Kevin Kiley
starts to throw them overboard. And all of a sudden, the president has been fully informed and we should have commissions everywhere and this isn't fair. Yeah, I think there's some key to having all that jumbled. I still think your Trumpers out there in California, which is, substantial, and they're going to need the vote if the no wins, they're still going to be motivated because Newsom's attacking them. That just animates them.
Jim, what have you learned from your polling about which voters are persuadable here?
It's not really a persuasion campaign. It's a turnout campaign. If Democrats know what's happening, if they understand what the consequences of not having the ability, I will tell you, it is so jarring to me that we're sitting here having a conversation about redistricting in the frame of actual politics that people understand. It is not the normal thing that people understand, but
just because it's an obscure procedural thing?
Yeah, completely, man. Like, people don't really engage in this process at a real level. But for Democrats, the more they hear and the more they understand that this is their way to fight back and to actually affect change. I mean, that's the biggest problem in our party right now is we don't have anything to fight for. We're constantly fighting against. We're constantly on our back foot. That's not what this is. It gives people an opportunity to be for something that could effectively stop the thing that they hate the most. That's a differentiator. And it's a turnout election for us, not a persuasion campaign.
Yeah, I agree. And it could end up being very powerful. The alternative is, on the no side, to be able to say no to all of them. The F the politicians message, which also could be very powerful. And it's, this isn't a Democrat party with banner, historical approval ratings at the moment. So I agree, it's intensity. And if it's really there, I think they have a really good chance to win. If it's not, I think it gets tough and looks more like a regular initiative campaign where the no gets an advantage.
Jim, there are a lot of similarities already between this and the 2021 recall election that you were really central to on Governor Newsom's side. You have this sort of off-year election, the snap election, an election in which Newsom it's not technically a candidate election in which he's on the ballot, but he already is sort of the main character here. What did you learn from that experience, and how is it shaping what you're doing now?
What I learned, not to sleep. No, look, it was an off-year election. It was a ballot measure. It was interesting because recalls, and Rob worked on the Schwarzenegger recall of Gray Davis, they're referendums on the person. It was also nationalized, and at the time, it's so different now. The media landscape's so different. But we used to beg, plead, and steal to have East Coast media pay attention to us. That was not the case in the recall. I felt like Schwarzenegger's, we had trucks everywhere every day. But I do think one thing is very, very similar. That was stop the Republican recall. this is very, very similar and stop, the election rigging response, fair elections for all 50 states. It's very partisan, and that feels the same. And because it's isolated unto its own, because when we do these ballot measures, we're just trying to get people to pay attention for 10 seconds. This is not that. So, and the volume of it, and trusting your instincts on some of these things. I think we had a lot of during the recall, we were constantly questioning, is this the right approach? We know what the right approach is. And it is very easy when the former speaker, who was Trump's closest lieutenant, Trump, and then Munger, who's close to McCarthy, are your adversaries because you're very aware of what is coming, and it's much easier to prepare for.
Right. Thank you guys very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Rob.
And next up for you guys, Gavin, Christopher, Columbus, because of the maps, Newsom.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we've had a very full day. We've talked about housing, we've talked about energy and AI, of course. We've heard from potential future leaders here in California. To cap off our program is an interview that probably needs no introduction, but it's my job to give one anyway. I'm going to bring to this stage our California editorial director, Christopher Catalago, for a conversation all about Trump, all about redistricting, all about policy here in the Golden State. And depending on how it goes, it may go viral on Twitter later. We'll see. So please welcome to the stage with Christopher Catalago, the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
Chris, I dressed up for you today.
Yes. Thanks for making the comment first. I overdressed.
You did overdress.
You didn't get the memo.
I'm shocked. Yeah. Trying to.
So thank everybody for being here and on the live stream. I'm Chris Catalago, Politico's editorial director in California. And thank you for joining us.
Good to
Governor.
be with you. Good to be here.
So we'll just get right into it. Last summer, folks were writing your political obituary.
Luckily, I don't read obituaries, so I missed it.
During the, I think we were calling it Brat Summer for Kamala Harris. And then in this year alone, you faced the most expensive natural disaster in U.S. history, and then had the major city in your state militarized by the federal government.
Yeah.
Did people underestimate you?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'll leave that to more objective minds, and I'll move the mic down a little bit. But it's been a hell of a year. Been a hell of a half decade. All that stacking of stress, all the anxiety that all of us have faced as we work through a pandemic, as we work through social unrest, as we sort of unwind so much of what we took for granted as relates to global economy and supply chains. And then, of course, Trump 2.0, depending on which side of the aisle you're on, it's impacts the immune system. And of course, what happened in January was extraordinary. It happened in the middle of winter. One of the largest and most devastating wildfires in U.S. history. Fire attached to 100-mile-an-hour winds. 2 extraordinarily large fires damaging communities in Altadena and Palisades, and dozens of other fires which we seem to forget about in and around the region in Southern California. If that wasn't enough, to your point, we saw something unprecedented in modern American history, and that is the President of the United States that federalized the National Guard and did something he never did in his first term. He never sent the military overseas. He sent the military to the United States of America. He sent 700 active duty members of the Marines to the second largest city in the United States of America. Nothing about that is normal, and nothing about that should be normalized. He also threatened, the American people happen to live in California, that he wouldn't provide aid. He conditioned the aid at a time, disaster in the middle of the disaster, didn't even wait till the fire was suppressed to threaten the American people that happen to live in the state of California if we, quote unquote, didn't do his bidding. It is a hell of a time in American history.
How's that impacted on you, though? Going back to the original question.
It's made me more resolved, even more focused. I didn't hear much of that last panel, but I did hear Jim mention the recall. That's pretty clarifying. A lot of finality in that. A lot of humility in that. You don't come out of a recall campaign the same. I came into that recall campaign still arguing that all politics is local. I still had a romantic notion of that. I intellectualized that a lot of our politics and the discourse was national. I didn't fully appreciate how nationalized our politics have become. In so many ways, that shape-shifted a lot of what we're doing and who I am today. But this last year, these last 6-7 months, this is something altogether different. And I'm on the other side of any kind of hesitancy that I had prior. I'm on the other side of giving a damn about people's feelings about this moment. I will express myself more clearly and more concisely because I see the threats in very vivid terms in ways I never saw before. And I see the consequences of not just those threats from the administration, but the actions of this administration, more perhaps than any other governor in the United States, because I've seen the damage firsthand to communities, this economy, our reputation, to our allies, the world we're trying to build. This is simply the most destructive and damaging individual in my lifetime that happens to be the President of the United States, and I need to be held to a higher level of accountability as governor. So in every way, shape, or way, I have changed, and I also, as a father, as a caregiver, recognize that ultimate judgment will come from them. And even myself, when I'm done, I have to meet this moment. And so, yeah, this has been very clarifying. It's been very sobering. And in many ways, I've changed.
So the open hand, not a closed fist, that's out the window now?
No, always. But I've always maintained that.
How do you maintain that?
I mean, the same way that I, celebrate the best of this nation by making the point that anyone who tries to condition or suggest we should condition aid to deal with those that lost their lives in the devastation of the floods in Texas should be ashamed of themselves. I mean, I was proud to send, on your behalf, our behalf, search and rescue teams to Texas. Proud of the fact my tax dollars went to Speaker Johnson's district in Louisiana. Proud that this country steps up in times of emergency and crisis. Proud of the fact we're there providing mutual aid for firefighters, not just across the United States, but increasingly across the globe. Proud of the fact that we recognize that we're all in this together and we're all better off. And so, no, always an open hand, not a closed fist. But, you're gonna come after our folks. You're gonna throw a United States senator on the ground, handcuff him? Some kid who's trying to go to the grocery store with his dog who's scared to death to walk his dog to the grocery store because he doesn't look like you and me, looks like Senator Padilla? The hell is that? That's Donald Trump's America. And so, yeah, I sure as hell will have a closed fist and push back against those authoritarian tendencies any day of the week.
After what you faced in California, Trump's now militarizing Washington, D.C. and escalating these threats in cities like Chicago and Baltimore.
Yeah.
You saw this firsthand in L.A. What do you know about the military coming into a city or a state that they may not know yet?
Well, this is exactly what we said was going to happen. Rewind the tapes. We made this crystal clear. This is a preview of things to come. Let me add to that. Just 10 or so days ago, I don't know if Jim brought it up, but when we announced this campaign on the redistricting, we did so at the Democracy Center, Little Tokyo. The site, quite literally the sacred site where we were, United States of America and California, was interning the Japanese. At the exact moment, 2 U.S. senators, members of the Congress, hundreds of members, leaders in our community that were assembled at that exact same moment, Donald Trump sent masked men to the event, ICE and Border Patrol, primarily the Border Patrol, to intimidate folks. Poor guy who was selling strawberries was arrested. I imagine he must have been on the most wanted list. Dangerous felon. Disappeared. That is a preview of things to come. Don't think for a second he's going to stop in the National Guard. It's an interesting fact. 4,000 National Guard were federalized, over 700 members of the United States Marine. 95% of them did nothing. They sat there looking for things to do. Hundreds plus $1 million wasted. Literally looking for an assignment. They were taken off the beat. These are police officers, your National Guard. These are firefighters. These are teachers. These are caregivers. They were taken off the streets doing real work to keep you safe and protected, to keep you healthy. And they sat there in the armory looking for something to do. He will send the National Guard. He will send them all across this country, and he will do so through Election Day. And if you think I'm exaggerating, consider the fact that as he demobilized our National Guard, he kept hundreds of them through Election Day. And he'll do so working in concert, as he has with ICE and Border Patrol, to do the same. You have the largest private police force in the world. When they're done with this, all that funding and that big, beautiful portrayal allows more resources for this private police force that increasingly is showing a tendency not to swear an oath to the Constitution, but to the President of the United States. And he'll be sending them to voting booths and polling places all across this country. This is a real and serious moment in U.S. history. And by the way, I say that as an American, not as a Democrat. Every Republican should be ashamed about this and scared to death about not just these authoritarian tendencies, but these authoritarian actions by the president. He is weak. He's weakness masquerading as strength. And that makes him more dangerous than most people believe.
Along those lines, he's said in the last few days, said well before that, he wants to end mail-in balloting. You've talked about your own concern about these efforts to suppress the vote, either before an election and after an election. What are you doing about this November? What are your plans to counter that, whether it's, actions taken around the Postal Service or any of the other actions around this election?
As you know, mail-in balloting happens in red states, blue states, predominant means of which people exercise their fundamental rights. In states like Utah, not just states like California, 80% of you voted by mail in the last election. It was 82 and 86 in the previous elections. So it's overwhelmingly utilized. It's unbelievably safe in the context of being secure, barcodes, signature verifications, process that is well defined and has been well studied and researched. He doesn't want more people voting. He wants to suppress and chill the vote. He also said he wanted to go after certain ballot machines. And by the way, I'll remind you where he got this advice, or at least he asserted he got the advice, after literally, not figuratively, this is not pejorative, putting out the red carpet to Putin. Putin apparently gave him this advice. Putin suggested to him, sir, Putin is the master of independent, fair elections. And sort of offered up some sage advice, apparently. And Trump said, my gosh, thank you, Mr. President Putin. We need to end this. Pay attention, folks. This guy is not screwing around. Ask this board chair, ask Senator Schiff, ask what's happening. Come on. You can't find Paxton? Oh no, what? Who's he? Mortgages? IRS? Wake up. We're losing this country in real time. This is not bloviation. This is not exaggeration. It's happening. You don't get a do-over. 249 years, those enduring values, best of Roman Republic, Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty. The rule of law is being replaced with the rule of done, period, full stop. And so we have to assert ourselves with more clarity and conviction. That's why, with respect, that last panel was so important. That's what Prop 50 represents, a response to that. We're not bystanders, and we have to shape the future by asserting ourselves.
So how do you make sure that that's a, free and fair election if you believe that these are real threats?
Well, we're going to do
just coming up in this November. What are you going to do?
Same thing we've been doing, Chris. Look, I mean, we've been involved in over 40 lawsuits. By the way, one of the most important lawsuits that needs to get more attention, and I hope it will get the attention it deserves when Justice Breyer adjudicates the facts. But just a few weeks ago, we deposed members of the Border Patrol. We deposed members of the military, General Sherman, among others, under oath in federal court on posse comitatus. All of what you just described accurately about what Trump is asserting now with an executive order and a strike force to move the military into American cities is a threat on the basis of, again, the rule of law. We count on the courts. We count on this thing called the Constitution. And we count on judges to adjudicate the facts fairly. Any day, any hour, Justice Breyer will come out with the first posse comitatus decision. It will have profound and far-reaching impacts. We're still waiting for the appellate court decision as it relates to the illegal tariffs. And the fact that your backpacks cost more, and pencils cost more, and paper costs more for school. This is a guy who's going to ruin your Christmas with the tax on all the toys coming in the next few months. These tariffs, these illegal tariffs, he has no right, legal right, under the Independent Emergency Powers Act to advance that. We're counting on the courts. He asked how?
Yeah.
We count on the courts. You can't count on Speaker Johnson. He has disappeared. He has completely failed in his role and responsibility as Speaker. What an embarrassment he is. What an abject failure he continues to be. And I dare say, with respect to Speaker Johnson, he may want to invite the National Guard into Shreveport, Louisiana, that has 6 times the murder rate as Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco. If you want to take care of the carnage in this country, Mr. President, look to the red states, 8 of the top 10 murder states in America, all red states. Look at the carnage in places like Shreveport, Louisiana. It's not about any of that. It is about a dominant, about aggression, and it's about authoritarianism and tendencies. And my son said this. My 9-year-old, God is my witness, Dutch is sitting there watching the president and say, why does he keep saying he's a dictator? People that keep saying things like that actually might be a dictator. And he then went on to say, why don't we watch YouTube? And wanted to go on a game.
What do you guys watch on YouTube?
Oh, that's a whole nother, we watch other people watching Minecraft. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. Yeah, I need a drink, not some water.
I'm going to quickly change topics before getting back to Trump. But you've been pretty vocal about this billion-dollar settlement offer that Trump has made to UCLA.
The extortion.
And, called it a shakedown. Yeah. You referred to him as the Don, mafia-like figure.
I didn't, did we? Good.
Yeah. So how are you going to stop that? I mean, we see folks entertaining a settlement.
It sickens me to the core. All for one for all, or whatever. I mean, Intel. I mean, this is a guy, I love these guys. Hey, Sean Hannity, you watching? You're so disgusted, Laura, so sickened by Mandani talking about, socializing a bodega or something, or a grocery store, and here you are at Intel. You just socialized and nationalized Intel. You got your guy Howard Lutnick, the great Lutnick, who's out there talking about nationalizing people that do business in this country, the Pentagon, Lockheed.
But this is a decision of the regents. I mean, in the UC, this is not.
Well, I'm a member. It's
not Hannity or Lutnick.
No, it's about this moment, and it's about people standing tall. It's about making the case to those members.
How do you exert your influence?
You have moral authority, not just formal authority. I have a little formal authority too. I'm a member of that body.
Yeah.
I also help fund it.
Yeah.
And I also believe public institutions. I believe this UC system, which has over 13,800 active patents, more than any other system in the world. It's the reason we have more scientists, engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates coming out of this. It's the reason we're the tentpole of the US economy. It's the reason America's the tentpole of the world economy. It's because of our research institutions. This guy will take anything down And he's trying to shut them down. I mean, $1 billion fine to UCLA shuts them down. Shuts down one of the finest research institutions in the world, but it's consistent pattern. Any institution that cultivates individual or independent thinking is under assault.
But are you going to stop?
And we're going to do everything in our power to stop folks from selling out. The Smithsonian needs to assert themselves. He's rewriting history, censoring historical facts. It's happening in real time. He's cutting institutions of knowledge from libraries. He's cutting NIH funds, not just, again, at UCLA. And yes, you know what I said, and I'll stand by what I say. That's the answer to the question, but I'm affirming a broader construct.
Yeah.
It's not just about UCLA. It's about anybody or any institution that disagrees with them. And so how could you possibly accept the fine? Fine for what? The guy who had dinner with Nick Fuentes telling us about anti-Semitism? Are you kidding me? The guy who countenanced anti-Semitism in both his last campaigns? I could give you chapter and verse on that. Lecturing us? You saw, I mean, you just saw California came out leading the nation in terms of our response to anti-Semitism. It's a point of pride. It sickens me to my core. And I'll remind you, I'm one of the governors that visited Israel right after October 7th. Not only visited Israel, we also went there with a field hospital, also to not only protect and address the issues of Israel, but also to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We did that. My point is, I'm not taking a backseat to anybody on that, and I sure as hell ain't going to listen to Donald Trump. It's a false pretense. And by the way, Jewish Caucus and others had the guts to finally pushing back, saying, how dare you use us for this assault on independent thinking? And so, no, the regents need to do the right thing. That said, I get it. They're all scared. Everyone's scared. That's why they sold out at Columbia. I mean, you heard the President of the United States at the cabinet meeting looking over. They were laughing. They were laughing as he looked over and he said, you're not going to negotiate with Harvard. You think he's going to negotiate with us? When he was mocking Harvard, that's sitting on $53 billion endowment, and they're talking about selling out with $500 million. So look, if there's a pathway to get a deal that means nothing and has the form and substance of fog, fine. But the minute we sell our souls or sell out our values, that ain't going to hapen on my watch.
No money.
For what? Yeah. What did we do?
I got it.
For what? No, but just stop the if Joe Biden came in and said, I want $1 billion, for what? No one even asked the question. They say, what about, this is outrageous, it's reckless. Joe Biden tried to nationalize Intel. If Joe Biden did a deal to send H2O chips to China and take 15% tithing like they did at NVIDIA and AMD, people would be outraged. Are you kidding me?
All right, I'm going to change topics again.
No, wake up, everybody. Wake up, everybody.
Including Sean Hannity, who may or may not.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, Sean's very sensitive.
So you debated with
Fox Sean. Is sensitive. Who already said that? We put a little mirror up to them.
I saw that.
They are so situationally unaware.
I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that one later.
We'll talk about their deal.
Yeah. I'm going to get to
chatbots for Trump. Chatbots.
Chatbots.
Yeah.
So you debated Ron DeSantis on Fox. Would you debate Arnold Schwarzenegger on Prop 50?
No, I have no interest in that.
No way. What about
interest? Because that's for you. It doesn't serve the public in any meaningful way. It's theater.
Why wouldn't it serve the public?
Because I don't think I'd.
What about Donald Trump? What if he would debate you on Prop 50?
I debate on profit. Come on, we're having a very. I'm really proud of this in this respect. Prop 50, it's temporary. We maintain the Independent Redistricting Commission. By the way, as someone who has receipts supporting independent redistricting, opposed as mayor of San Francisco, one of the few Democrats in the state that publicly opposed the repeal of independent redistricting. We maintain the Independent Redistricting Commission, except for a temporary period, just for congressional seats, to respond to this unprecedented assault by Donald Trump to try to rig the next election. In response for the 26, 28, and 30 elections. It reverts back to its original form. We affirm our support for national independent redistricting, and we do it in the most there's never been a state in U.S. history that's ever put the maps to the voters.
But what makes
it's
you
not
think
only
they're gonna-
transparent, it's the most democratic.
But why would they stop after 2030?
Because the initiative ends there, and that's what we're responding to, the immediacy and the emergency in response to what Trump's about. And by the way, it's not just what he did in Texas. You saw what he had yesterday. I hope everyone paid attention.
But do you actually?
He had the Speaker of the Indiana Assembly, and he had the Senate in the Oval Office saying, you are going next, and threatened them to move in Indiana. These guys are not screwing around.
But you don't think they'll stop after 2030?
We're doing
Republicans.
The independent redistricting that we're putting in front of the voters.
I get in this
Constitutional
initiative,
Amendment,
but
period, full stop.
after
is
that.
a temporary response. It needs to be a temporary response. It affirms, we are affirming support for independent redistricting, not just in California, but in the country. But we're not going to play with one hand tied behind our back. You just saw what happened, 5-4 decision. 5-4 decision on $800 million in NSF and NIH grants. The Supreme Court selling everybody out, selling Congress out. By the way, that was part of the rigged Supreme Court. Yet Gorsuch's on there instead of Merrick Garland because they don't play by the same set of rules. I'm sick and tired of Democrats being on the losing end in this country and our democracy being on the losing end. We have got to fight fire with fire.
But I understand that's in Prop 50, but you're not saying you think Republicans are going to stop.
I don't think Donald Trump wants another election. You think for a second I have 24 Trump 2028 hats. His folks keep sending me.
And you think he's going to run again?
Don't give me. Who spends $200 million on a ballroom at their home and then leaves the house?
So
this is serious, guys. This is serious.
So it'll be Newsom Trump in 28.
No. This guy doesn't believe in free, fair elections. He tried to wreck this country. Were you there, January 6th? I think Fox was. At least they were in a lawsuit. They seem to have lost any memory of that. Shareholders didn't. I mean, he tried to light democracy on fire. He dialed for 11, almost 12,000 votes. Now he's doing it in plain sight. And people say, oh, it's just Trump being Trump. People actually think this guy's serious about having another election? You think he's joking about 2028? You think when he brings foreign leaders to the Oval Office and he goes to the White House store, have you seen this? Anyone? Is it just me? And he shows them the 2028 hats? He's not being serious? Wake up. You will lose your country. Again, it's not about Democrats. It's about all of us.
So you're absolutely convinced he's...
I'm absolutely convinced.
2028.
You've seen it. He's tried to steal the last election. He's trying to rig it in plain sight this time. He wants to get rid of vote by mail. He's talking about eliminating voting machines he doesn't like. He's setting up the contours where he can declare a declaration of emergency for anything. Just cause means whatever he just said on Truth Social. He's running the greatest grift operation in world history. I mean, it makes some of these dictators overseas blush, the crypto, not just the perfume. I mean, come on.
Let me ask you about a couple of your...
Wake up, everybody. Wake up.
Let me ask you about a couple...
Excuse me, and I know it's impolite. We have to be more calm and demure.
A couple of your own...
But I'm not calm, and I'm not going to submit myself to niceties. Not when this guy is trying to wreck our goddamn country.
So, a couple of your own experiences with him. You had this 90-minute meeting earlier this year when you went there.
Where he showed me a painting, he said, turn around. And I said, oh, there's FDR. And I'm like, oh, of course. And he goes, he said, what do you mean? I said, I know exactly what you mean. And then he went on and on about the third term. Yeah, that same meeting, 90-minute meeting.
Have you told that story before?
Just said it.
This was the first time?
To the extent.
So do you take notes in it? It's a scoop.
I have a good memory.
Scoop-tanity.
By the way, I had a 16-minute memory of when he alleged that he read me the riot act on L.A. and didn't even want to talk about L.A. before he nationalized the Guard. And by the way, we took contemporaneous notes of that because I thought it was very important. And we submitted them to Congress because they've requested them. And I'm looking forward to you all reading what we discussed that night. And it won't surprise you, but it should shock you.
Can you share
what he said? publicly lied to everybody, you, American people, and what he said privately, and what was really on his mind.
So he's showing you the FDR painting.
Yeah, well, we talked about his crypto grift as well.
What did he say about that?
He was surprised that meme coin's not even a coin. He goes, hey, it's not even a coin. By the way, I'm about to come out with a coin on my Patriot site. So you may want to look into that.
You're adding that?
Yeah, we're probably adding that. We've sold out of a lot of things on the Patriot site. I think we'll add a coin, maybe a Trump corruption coin or something. Yeah.
What else goes on in a meeting like that? What's in the notes?
What's in the notes? I didn't take any notes during the Oval meeting, but the notes will be made public. Congress, they've been sent.
I know, but are you allowed to preview them?
Apparently there are no rules anymore. No, so I'm allowed to, I guess. I mean, I've already been threatened with arrest. Under what pretense you want to arrest the governor, Mr. President? Well, he was elected. Just pause and think about that.
So what are we going to see in
Just like he said, he's entitled to 5 seats, entitled. And I'm the one being accused of overstating that he may not be so interested in an election in a few years. I'm the one being accused of that? Is he just pardoned all the January 6th insurrectionists and is talking to us about rule of law and thought we should prosecute someone for I don't even know about the details of the sandwich. But that was an outrage on Fox, but not the pardoning of people that actually attacked law enforcement and police officers. Where he uses our American heroes, takes them away from their families, off the beat where they're doing important work, and leaves them in armories without enough food or water. You saw the photos on cots and mats. We're supposed to be listening to that? The spirit of patriotism? So again, wake up.
So you covered a lot there, but in that meeting,
you just want
you got the
notes.
meme
I know
coin.
What you want, Chris.
You got the FDR painting where he was alluding to.
Oh, that was a hell of a 90 minutes. And
what else?
What's interesting?
When you called, the first call you made after that meeting,
we followed up after that meeting. I've had
no, not with him.
Yeah.
With the first person you called in your life to describe what you had just experienced.
Well, I didn't have my cell phone, and before I saw a bunch of my staff that was wondering why we were in there for 3 hours.
And what was the?
I was with Susie Wiles for an hour and a half prior.
And what do you tell them?
Talking
besides
about
the FDR anecdote.
Well, I told him a lot of, look, you know what I said in this, let me sort of step back, but it's a specific response. I told him it was a very good meeting. I told him it's very consistent with a lot of meetings I've had with the president. Just like the phone call we had, that 16, 19-minute phone call was unbelievably cordial. It was a great phone call. There was no friction, there was no issues. Ended incredibly collaboratively. It was a cell phone. He said, call me back anytime. I said, thank you, Mr. President. Only to wake up, a few hours into the next day and read about a completely fictitious version of the conversation. Jaw totally dropped, completely made up. I had a first term like that with him.
Yeah.
His first term. We were involved, not just me, but Governor Brown, myself, 122 plus lawsuits, but we still work together on a number of issues. Back to open hand, not a closed fist, particularly around COVID. And I, objectively, and I've said this, I said it very public, I said it at the tarmac down in LA with the president when we did a little scrum, I said, every single thing we asked for, he delivered, he did. Every single thing we asked for, he delivered. We had an unbelievably good relationship despite all the noise. And that was my hope and expectation. That's why I went to the tarmac. And then we had a very nice conversation there. It was a little more tense at the beginning. Nice conversation, follow-up, led to the Oval Office, and it was a great meeting. It was. And I was trying to find common ground, but look, there's no working with Donald Trump. There's only working for him. And I will never work for Donald Trump. And you have to learn it the hard way. And I pray the UC Regents don't learn it the hard way. I hope they pay attention to what he just said 2 days ago in the Oval Office about Harvard. I hope they're paying attention to what he's doing. in all of these other instances to our CSU system, to our K through 12 education system. Why are we didn't initiate those 40 plus lawsuits. They're all in response to what he initiated. It's unprecedented what we are experiencing. These are dictatorial constructs, authoritarian tendencies. And if you are black or brown in this country, I feel like you probably feel like authoritarianism is already here. If you're a person of privilege and wealth, you're so fearful that you're probably more interested in a transaction, in a one-off deal, because somehow crony capitalism may be your only path.
All right.
What the hell is going on? And by the way, anyone who believes in free enterprise should be ashamed of themselves for supporting Donald Trump.
So you signed this deal with the Danish foreign minister. I want to get sort of what you're hearing from others on this.
I don't want to ruin my source there.
I was going to say, in San Francisco last week, what are they saying right now about Trump?
Well, I won't talk about the conversation with our friends from Denmark, but I can.
You got the Greenland.
We didn't talk. Notably, we did not talk. The readout was we did not talk about Greenland. I've had the privilege of meeting a lot of foreign leaders. I've had a chance.
What's the general? If not putting.
They're laughing behind his back. That did not happen. I'm making this clear.
Do
not conflate what I just said with the meeting I had with the Denmark delegation.
It wasn't them. Other foreign leaders are laughing.
I've had dozens and dozens. Ambassadors met with him.
What are they saying?
They're laughing behind his back. He's being played everywhere. It's an embarrassment. They are. I'm just telling you. That's universal. Universal. Unless there's a deal. Unless there's a grift, unless there's a transaction. He sends his kids out before all those trips to the Middle East to get the deal. Again, where's Fox primetime on that? Or where the hell are they? And we get a side deal, maybe a little bit of relief here in Vietnam, and then all of a sudden we dealt with some of their versions of CEQA that were all waived over there. I mean, what's going on in China? I mean, they're probably looking at this. I mean, by the way, she's loving this.
I was going to ask you about China.
That nationalization of private industries is something we're pretty good at in China. He's probably looking at Trump saying maybe he'll give him some advice after Putin gave him advice about free and fair elections.
What do you think?
Don't think there's not some deal? There's some deals on the side there
with the Chinese.
Just don't think that won't be part of something. I don't know. In the crypto world, seems to. No, I mean, look at the evidence. Look at the facts. Look who shows up at the golf course. Look who shows up for the fundraisers. Look who needs a pardon. Come on. Why am I even having to say this? It's right there in plain sight. In plain sight. He's selling you out for the great grift.
We got a couple more. I'm going to try to shift the tone a little bit.
Thank you. I need to visit Copenhagen.
None of that was about.
I'm going away next week with my son.
Where are you going?
I'm going overseas, so you can spend a few days without me. For that same 9-year-old, his baptism, he's somehow convinced his parents. He's got some family. He's doing this. He's a designer. He may become Pope one day.
Are you going to the Vatican?
Yeah, so we're doing a baptism overseas. I can't share everything at peril, but a little privacy. But I'm looking forward to a few days off. Apparently, I think most of you are probably saying he needs it after this.
Do you think you'll get an audience with the Pope?
One of the great thrills of my life was to be with the Pope at the Vatican talking about climate change and talking about criminal justice, which was something I'll never forget a year or so ago.
So from the sacred to the profane, I guess you could say. That's my transition.
I love it.
Do you personally approve the press office tweets that go out from your...
There is a little... we have a kill switch.
Yeah.
So to the extent that I don't kill it, then I guess
How many do you kill?
Less every day. As I said, I've just thrown it out.
Do you see a point where you get tired of those? Like, are they going to get old?
Yeah. Look, no one's not. We're iterating. That's been the cause of my life. I try to iterate. I've been doing it. That's why we did the debate against DeSantis and Fox and Sean Hannity. Which is why we started showing up.
But no Arnold debate. You're just taking that off the table.
Arnold debate. It's like, I visited with Arnold on this. We talked, we debated this.
Were you disappointed? Do you feel like he violated the spirit?
No, just the opposite. I completely respect his point of view and position. And by the way, I told him I share it. I just told him, you don't have, redistricting doesn't exist anywhere in this country if this guy wins and wires this. But do you think, if you actually care about this issue, you're gonna stand up for this. And I reminded him, Chris, that we're actually protecting his legacy by maintaining the independent redistricting and affirming it. And so, again, I wasn't here to convince them. That's why I'm not going to have a public display of come on, I get what you're doing. But I showed the respect because I do respect the governor. And we've worked together on a lot of other issues. We're about to do something on After School for All, worked on climate policy, and that's.
But he hates Trump probably almost as much as you do. Perhaps. I don't know. After this conversation, I might reassess. Whether he hates him quite as much. But is he being naive?
No.
With all the threats,
I'm not taking the bait on that. He's a person of judgment on this on the basis of his experience and his advocacy.
And you told him that.
I spent time expressing a point of view. He expressed his point of view.
Yeah.
He was respectful, and I'm going to be responsible enough to say a little more out of respect to the governor and out of respect for his very principled stance supporting what I support, which is independent redistricting. So at this perilous moment, however, I believe that we need to respond to this emergency. And I think he understands that, and I think we have an understanding, and good people can disagree.
Do you see this merch before it goes on the site?
Well, you didn't ask me my favorite.
Yeah, is it? I'll get to your favorite, but do you like the tweets? Is there a vetting process?
Yeah, reasonably. I mean, look, when
there's no kill switch.
I'm going to need some deniability eventually, so I'm going to create some space because invariably something's going to go out that may have crossed a line, and I will, of course, deny any association. And, and so I need a little bit of space.
You have a tank top on there, sort of Taylor Swift inspired. What does it say?
Taylor inspires a lot of us.
It says Trump is not hot.
Look, this is a guy who retweeted himself on Mount Rushmore. This is a guy who retweeted himself, dare I say, as Pope.
Yeah.
This is a guy who's hawking a Trump Bible. This is a guy who's out there selling perfume and with one of the great grifts, a coin.
But I want to get to the Trump is not hot. So
this is a guy who has merchandise. Selling 2028 hats.
So
this is a guy who says Trump is never wrong.
But who in politics?
This is a guy who has Hulk Hogan and others praying for.
You have those now.
Well, yes.
You have all of them.
I think I quite enjoy my shop. You should take, if you haven't looked at the Patriot Shop, I encourage you to take a look and peruse. The Bible is sold out. And but there's a lot of new merchandise coming. And as I said, I'm really intrigued by this Trump corruption coin. Which I think is coming to the shop near you.
I want to hear. What's the countdown for that? I
don't know. I hope it's sooner than later. Again, it's some record-breaking merchandise here. It really is. I mean, I didn't realize that this was A, so enjoyable, number one, and B, so impactful in this respect because it's serious. It's putting the mirror up to the absurdity of all of this. The fact that you have allowed this, we, including me, have allowed this to be normalized. The fact that these pundits and mouthpieces out there, these chatbots on One American News and Newsmax and all the parroting we're seeing on Fox, and there's no situational awareness as they're assaulting and attacking the integrity of my assertion that I have the right to do things in all capital and talk about big, beautiful maps and talk about Columbus would be all this, and thank you for the attention. Somehow that's offending their senses. They say it's not gubernatorial, but apparently it's presidential.
All right, so Trump is not hot. The question for you, and we can go out on this one. So By
the way, I think you've finally seen some photos of me that have been untouched, which is good. Some of the photos without my shirt. It's good to see me without any. Usually they touch things up, but those are some actual authentic photos out there.
So who in politics is hot?
Well, I think I think a lot of governors.
Names here.
I think the Democratic. I think the biggest problem. I'm gonna battle.
You can't do the whole group.
You wanted to go a little light. I'm gonna go serious.
That's not light.
But seriously, I'm light in this case. LIGHT. The biggest. I've been iterating with this podcast and offending some folks' senses because how could you have Charlie?
Did you see
Kirk
Pete Buttigieg's remarks on?
No, but I have great admiration for Pete. I'm looking forward to getting him on the podcast.
Yeah.
But good people can disagree, and they have. They've been very expressive about the demerits of having Newt Gingrich or Michael Savage or some folks they may disagree with. I think it's important. I did another podcast this morning with another person, member of the Trump administration, former member, and I think it's important. Just do, and good people.
Who was it?
I want to show. I want to
Scoop
announce
yourself.
it first. I want to show. But the point of it is to make the case: humility and grace. We don't have all the answers, but the answers are out there. Success leaves clues. There's power of emulation. Learn from people. Learn from, don't follow. I was talking to Steve Bannon. I'm not kidding. About 2/3 into it, I thought I was talking to, and don't be offended by this, and I don't mean to take, but honestly, I thought I was talking to Bernie Sanders because he was talking in populist terms. He was making a case. I actually said in the podcast, you're making a case for California's progressive taxes. He was actually making a compelling case for California's tax system. And there was a lot. It was interesting. Once you get through all the noise of why he shouldn't even be platformed, this is assault. Charlie Kirk and what he's able to do with young men and how a Democratic Party's losing young men, multicultural, multiracial, losing young men across the spectrum. It's a crisis for this party. But I've been trying to understand, and it's a long way of saying this, and it connects to your, is it hot or whatever?
No.
But let me sum up. That I've been on this journey, I think a lot of us have been on, Democrats, and I think others, pundits, experts of all types. What the hell's wrong with the Democratic Party brand? And at the core, we can unpack it, and I've seen a million theories, and I've got dozens and dozens of pages, and I've kind of distilled, 50, was it Israel? Was it inflation? Was it interest rates? Was it incumbency? Was it, you can go down the list, all these things. Was it the view? Was it issues of culture? Was it woke? Was it all this? At the end of the day, and we can get into the issues, the merits of the issues, and where we're issues where we are definitely not necessarily with the American people, the majority of American people's own performance, et cetera. But at the end of the day, to me, the essence of the challenge of the party is weakness. Weakness. And I think it was not lost on me. And I really at the core believe this. The most eloquent spokesperson that understood this decades ago was Bill Clinton after we got shellacked to one of the midterms. And you all know this quote, but it's important to be reminded of it. He said, given the choice when he was reflecting on it, and we were all saying we need to go to Applebee's, and we need to, there was a best-selling book on that at the time, and it was sort of hillbilly elegy was coming up, and we were discovering this guy, J.D. Vance, and we were all trying to understand our way out of the wilderness. And Clinton summed it up, said, given the choice, the American people always support strong and wrong versus weak and right. And I think our party needs to wake up to that. We need to assert ourselves. Why did I open this PAC 2 years ago? It wasn't for some grand, I know you guys want to write a grand ambition. It's to get us off our heels and get us back on our toes. Why did I go on Sean Hannity's show? Why did I go to that debate? Because I was sick and tired of being on the receiving end of CRT, ESG, DEI, IRS, EPA, anything with 3 damn letters. Somehow these guys were shape-shifting, and they were just surround sound grievance, and we were responding to that. And there was something about that was infuriating, but also forced me to sort of, recognize my own culpability in that respect. The fact that society becomes how we behave, we are our behaviors. And I said, we got to change the way we behave. And so I've been on this sort of journey of understanding. And I think what these tweets, back to what you're saying, represent, what the merchandise represents, is a desire now to be held to a higher level of accountability, to assert with more clarity and conviction a point of view, with humility and grace, sure. But that, I think, is critical for the Democratic Party right now. We have got to stand tall, authentic, but we have to stand tall, and we have to affirm our positions. And we have to use every tool at our disposal to not only assert ourselves, but to prove ourselves to the American people. Prop 50 to me represents that. The style of communication, I believe, in an iterative manner, is part of that. And I believe the Democratic Party is going to light things up in the spirit of your conversations, because I think the best days of this party are ahead of us. Anyone who's counting us out, I think, is making a worse bet than even betting on Trump's meme coins.
So you and Trump in 28.
Well, I think isn't JFK running with him again, Jr., in 2028, or maybe Epstein will come back and run with Trump. We haven't even talked about Epstein.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've kind of tiptoed up to that and talked about it on Sean Ryan. And
I don't know, I just thought it was interesting when Elon Musk tweeted out that he's in the Epstein files. 3 days later, there were no files. I just thought that was interesting.
Do you feel any responsibility as governor of California for the Elons of the, the rightward shift of a lot of
I personally don't, because as you know, I've been accused of spending more time than I should with them. You know, I'm pretty proud of California's regulatory system that created the incentives for someone like Elon Musk to make billions and billions of dollars.
You don't think this was part of a backlash to your time as mayor of San Francisco and then being governor, and that it's shifted some of the folks within Silicon Valley? I mean, we see these folks who have Trump's ear now.
Well, look, you're having it. Now, to me, it's a separate and above conversation that has some of its origins in crypto and the blockchain, has some of its origins with Elon specifically about an EV meeting he wasn't invited to, that has a lot of cult of personality, is much or more than anything else, and policy that also marked that that shift. But I, that's for another conversation.
It's a longer,
I think a deeper conversation.
It's a longer conversation. If you will answer it, this will be our last one. Who in politics is hot?
Well, I
dodged it now.
No, look, I think that the bench.
Trump's not.
I think the bench of Democratic governors are. I think it's a hell of a lineup.
The whole lot.
I think it's a great. Yeah, of course, my wife. Yeah, well done, Jennifer. Yes.
Bailing you out.
I'm not sure she's long for politics. She's trying to stay out of this.
Is she going to run for something?
She's got a new documentary. It's an update of misrepresentation. By the way, I just want to say, and we'll end on this because this is an opportunity.
Yeah.
To brag on my wife. My wife did a documentary. She did called Misrepresentation, about the mis and underrepresentation of women and girls. She followed up with a documentary that's very interesting. It was called The Mask You Live In, about masculinity. And it was 2015. And as she reminds me, she says, I was previewing what was going on with this crisis of young men and boys a decade ago. And she said, with all due respect, your party, Gavin, your party, Governor, neglected this. And the Republican Party weaponized it. And I just think that's interesting, because this issue, to me, explains more things in more ways on more days. At the core of the why we've lost young men begins, I think, our pathway back beyond the framework of strength versus weakness. And so forgive me for elongating that point, but yes, Jen Siebel Newsom is
Jen Siebel Newsom and Democratic governors.
And I'm proud. I'm very proud of.
How many of those governors are gonna do what you're doing?
Well, I hope more than none.
Yeah. Did you talk to Moore before he came out?
I was hearing Archbishop today talking about faith and works.
Yeah.
In relation to the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, and you got to pray that your feet move. And so I'm praying that we move our feet. And I'm praying that if we're successful, and we're going to be, because failure is not an option, this November with Proposition 50, that if he moves as he is intending to do in Indiana and Missouri and Florida and what's already taking shape in Ohio, and who knows what the hell else he may come up with, an executive order in some emergency rubric, that these governors are going to have to move. We're going to need to see other governors move in a similar direction. Democracy is at stake.
You're calling on them to...
I'm not calling on them because that comes across as patronizing and obnoxious. These are good people. They know what right and from wrong. You've got some unbelievably eloquent people that are superstars. One of them is the president in the future, maybe two. These guys are more than capable of figuring out themselves, but I think they understand what's at stake.
Cool. Well, we'll end it on that, and thank you so much for your time today, and thank you to the audience for listening. It was fun. Thanks for dressing up.
You don't seem so convinced. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, guys, very, very much.
And stand by for closing remarks from Politico Stephen over there.
All right. That marks the end of the California Agenda Summit here in Sacramento. We have a reception set up outside. Please come join us for food and drink. And thank you for being here today.